Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. How's everybody doing this evening? I hope everybody is having a wonderful night. For those tuning in on Restream, Facebook, YouTube, and Rumble, I'm your host, Epsias, here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. How's everybody doing tonight? I hope everybody's doing well. So for me, I'm wearing a new merch here. It's a all mineral necklace. Just wearing it for tonight. See how it does. See how I feel. Need that extra protection, spiritual protection, brother and sisters. So let me share out this live feed to some of the groups that I shared to real quick. See, we got one viewer there. There we are. We're all shared out. I do not know how far behind I am on this feed. What I'm looking here is maybe like a 5-second delay. I don't know what's going on. It's like every time I get to do a live, everything is off. I have to figure out how to do everything on the screen because everything is moved around. But I'm still here trying to do this live here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. I don't know how much of a delay I have. I see Sister Madeline Shap there. So yeah, they gave me like a big delay. I don't know if they do that on purpose or what, but I've been getting a hard time trying to get on to start my shows. Every time it should be easy, like it normally is, but it's like it gives me double screens, triple screens. Like it's just giving me a hard time to. I don't know if it's for stream. Then when I log on to share it to like Facebook and stuff, thank you, Sister Madeline. There's like a big delay, so I don't know what's going on, but it's been happening for a while now. Talking about groups getting hurt. I don't know if I'm being what's going on, but there's nothing that I can do about that. I don't know. I see that I have nothing wrong. It's just like a big delay. I'm thinking like a 5-minute delay. What seemed like. It's I don't know if it's for stream or it's YouTube. I mean, I don't see nothing on my YouTube, but I always have problems trying to get on my stream where it's showing me like different panels, like 3 or 4 different panels. I know I'm subscribed to it and stuff, so I don't know, just have a hard time getting on. And then when I look on YouTube, but what I'm talking here is like a big delay, so I just go with the flow of things. Yeah, yeah, I've been getting targeted because I'm not part of their agenda. I'm not part of monetizing anything. I just come on here and speak my truth. Whether they're going to continue to allow me to do that there or not, I don't know. But I'm on Rumble. I don't even know if anybody tunes into Rumble, but we're streamed for sure. They still post up my post, but some days it's always like yeah, they've been monetizing me for a long time now, or should I say, shadow banning me, where they don't share out my live feeds how they're supposed to. Uh, in which that kind of sucks. But it is what it is. That's what they do. I know TikTok got all butthurt over there, and I don't even post anything there anymore. I mean, people still like my short reels, but I think I had made a video about I was my 10-year Heavenly Foundation and have a relationship with Jesus Christ, and they got offended over there, and they targeted me on TikTok, trying to ban me for just saying that. I'm not into all that other bullshit. The rainbow community, woke movement, and none of that crap. I'm not gonna tell somebody that is got issues or got problems that they're okay, that they can do whatever they want to do. I'm not gonna tell them that. I'm just gonna speak my truth. Whether they want to listen to my truth or not, that's on them. If they come around me, act appropriately, act right, because I will tell them. That's I want to be truthful to individuals. I'm not going to bullshit nobody or anything like that. Not to be mean or nothing, but you know, I'm just trying to maintain my heavenly love foundation, stay spiritual ready at all times, because we all get tested one way or another. You know, and I think that's why they target me. Whether whoever it is doing it. Because of speaking truth. Even though all that happens, the Heavenly Father continues to bless me daily. It's a daily blessing, whether I have 4 viewers like right now, or whether other people view me or not. All I know is I always find a way. I always find a way to make things happen. I haven't even set up still my other minerals. I haven't set up nothing yet. Took my wife dancing last night, and we had a pretty good time. I just tweaked my leg a little bit where I had my injury, but I toughened it up, toughened it out for the rest of the night, and I kept on dancing regardless of what kind of pain I had. Sometimes your muscles have to re-rip in order for them to build stronger, and that's what it did. I just kept on dancing, and we had a wonderful time last night. Taking the night off. But yeah, we had even when you're out there enjoying yourself, you got to stay spiritual alert to see what's around you, what's going on. Sometimes, the spiritual warfare is for sure very real. I'm just here to let you know. More real than a Bigfoot, more real than any cryptid. The spiritual warfare, if you look all the way to the beginning, it's been here. Look all the way to the beginning of time. It's been here longer than any made up or man-made thing. The spiritual war has been here since the beginning. Even before the Garden of Eve, it's been here. There's been the world before this one, and before that one, and before that one, or how many times the world has been cleansed because of the things that happened in the world that God seen uh, that that He had enough. That so this is not going to get nowhere. Let me rebuild. Let me cleanse and rebuild. Which what does that mean? That means it shakes the world upside down, and whatever is caught up in that is caught up in that. You know, whether they're survivors or not, I do not know. It's not up to me, but that's what it is. It's been that way. Been like that for a very long time. You're welcome, Sister Edna Wilson. Me, I'm not too focused too much on all the other stuff. I just focus. As you get older, you focus on your journey, on your path, how you want to be as an individual. Me, I'm going to be how I am. How I want to be right now. That's who I am. Like I said, the spiritual wars is always around, so you have to be ready at all times. You have to have a relationship with Jesus Christ in order to understand what's happening around you. If you really pay attention in spirit, you're able to see who the enemy is. And there's a lot of people that can't see that they're blinded. They're blinded. You know, I've shared my stories with y'all, how I was warned since I was a kid by the medicine woman, the curandera, about there's going to be people that are going to come near you. They're going to come towards you. They're going to try to be kind. They're going to be trying to give you things. But be careful, because those things that they're trying to give you, they're really trying to do something wrong to you. Even if they have a smile on the face, if you really pay attention, you're going to be able to see what's inside them, which is their spirit, or what's behind the kindness. And all throughout my life, I run into people like that. They've had that smile on their face, like they're good peoples, and they're trying to give you this and that, but at the same time, they're really trying to play something on you. They're trying to hex you. They're trying to spiritually attack you in some kind of way, shape, or form. In which that's one thing that I pay attention to. Now that I'm older, I'm able to see it for what it is. I don't have to pay attention about the gifts or somebody trying to be kind. You know who the people are. When you have a relationship with Jesus Christ and you have the spiritual gift of discernment. I don't have to ask anybody for any answers. The Heavenly Father blesses me with that ability, so I know who's who. You know, so I could be out having fun, and then I could see 4 women posted up in each corner of the club, and they're like, okay, they're here. They're here for a reason. The 4 women is women that I've faced before in the past, and they're posted in 4 corners of the club. So I have my protection, of course, and I stay prayed up all the time. As it is, they already had problems. When they come up against me spiritually, and I said, okay, I guess if they attempt to do something, well, it's going to go back to them, because I don't accept the negativity. So hopefully they're careful what they're trying to wish upon me, because if what happened to them before was bad, it's going to be a lot worse, especially when you come in numbers like that. Which it'll be 4 times 7, there'll be 28 times fold if they were all in cahoots or involved. But there's nothing dealing with me. It's part of spiritual warfare, in which the Heavenly Father is my protector, my avenger, and I just handle business accordingly to whatever the threat is around me and stuff like that. I'm catching up to the comments right now. I guess Not even my feet is moving. That's crazy. It's kind of like somebody trying to look at you, trying to act like you're like they're your friend or your buddy, but the spirit don't lie. You know that the intentions they have towards you, because you can feel it. You can feel the spirit, feel the energy that somebody dislikes you. So I just keep my cool. I don't worry about it. The only thing is that I stay prayed up and I pledge Jesus Christ first. No, first of all, nobody should have anything towards me, any negative towards me if I ain't done nothing to nobody. Now, if I've ever done something to somebody or said something about somebody, it's because they've come up against me first in a negative way. So the only thing I've done is respond to them coming after me, right? In which that's what we're supposed to forgive and let bygones be bygones and forgive people, which I forgive people daily. But there's this the cults or the occults or the little group of women, witches or whatever, or that they're all in cahoots with each other, one or another. I just don't know why they continue to come after me if they continue to fail. And what I mean they continue to fail is some of them are seriously injured because it backfires, and some of them are not even here anymore. Whether it's female or men, right? Warlocks. You figure that these people that they learned their lesson by now, that they were like, but that they were like change their ways, knowing that there is a higher power looking out for me. That they should, but no, they don't. They continue to be in the ways because those are the deals that they made, right? And they're in cahoots, so they're going to keep on targeting you. But that's what I'm talking about here tonight. To stay spiritual ready at all times, brothers and sisters. Me, I don't fear nothing. I'm just here to tell you, I don't fear nothing. I've never had. Uh, Even when I was a kid, I really have never feared nothing. Especially when you have Jesus Christ as your protector and your avenger. If somebody should fear something, the one that should fear is the beginning, the end, the Alpha, the Omega, the one that can make things happen, the one that can bless you, the one that can heal you. He's the one that can make things happen. We should place him first. And apparently there's some people that don't place Jesus Christ first because they don't believe in Jesus Christ. They want to talk about this old crap from a long time ago, things that they read. But there's a difference when you read something than when you truly believe, and not just believe, but have a relationship with Jesus Christ, that he shows you he exists spiritually and he does things for you. I just don't see how, I know I've seen it and I've known others that have had experienced the Heavenly Father. I think when some people say that they tried, it's because it didn't fully commit to having a relationship with him because they're stuck in what they read in the past and stuck in the past. That in the present they don't have a relationship with him. So they gotta make up all kinds of excuses not to have a relationship with him. So they make up all these kinds of excuses to make it seem in their mind that it's okay to be the way that they're doing. They just what they don't understand is they just don't have the relationship, a true relationship with Jesus Christ. to be able to understand what Brother Abe C.S. is saying here. They can try to understand what I'm talking about, but they can't. Kind of remind me of the story with the apostle and the wizard, with the necromancer. I think it was a wizard necromancer, where he had told one of the apostles that he wanted him to bless him with the spiritual gift of discernment that would give him all the money and riches that he wanted, because he had all kinds of riches. They said, tell me what you want and I'll give it to you. They said, but you need to give me the spiritual gift of discernment. And the apostle started laughing and said, well, the only way you can attain that is if you have a relationship with the Heavenly Father. That's the only way you can receive the spiritual gift of discernment. And he said, I don't want to have a relationship with them. I just want you to give me the spiritual gift of discernment. And then he told him again, well, the only way you can have those spiritual gift of discernment is got to be in true faith and believe in him. You have to have a relationship with him. I cannot give you that. There's something that he blesses you by doing the right things, by having a relationship with him, by having true faith and believe in him. And of course, on forgiveness. And he said, "No, well, I don't want to do that." Well, he never got the spiritual gift of discernment, and I see a lot of people like that here. They want things. I think they're more interested in things of the flesh than things of the spirit. They're here in this world, live in this world, so they're more interested in things of the flesh. To me, it's not about that. To me, it's but preparing is preparation. It's training, it's understanding. And there's people that don't understand anything about the spirit. They want to talk to you about things that don't exist, like Bigfoot, which we know what it is. I know what it is. It's a DDN, a disembodied demonic Nephilim. They're more interested in things of that nature, or in many other things, than even having a relationship with Jesus Christ. If they would spend that much time, how they spend supposedly doing their research and looking for footprints and all the stuff that they do, if they spend that much time understanding or having a relationship with Jesus Christ, then they would understand that the Heavenly Father does exist, and the answers that they seek, He'll reveal it to them. He'll reveal them who the Bigfoot is, just like He revealed to me who the Bigfoot is, the Dogman is, and many other cryptids. He showed me that there were the unclean spirits of the DDN. He revealed it to me because He even showed them to me. He gave me the ability to see them. So when I seen one of them in his full manifestation, He told me, put the spirit to the test, the spiritual test. The spiritual test is not putting out a weapon. It's not trying to throw a spear at it or shooting at it. When you put it to the spiritual test, brothers and sisters, is you put that spirit, that manifestation that you're seeing, you put it through the only spiritual test that you can put it through is through Jesus Christ. So you look at it, the manifestation that could look very real. Just because something looks real doesn't mean it's real. So you put it to the test. You say, without no fear, and you look straight at it with the heavenly love foundation and your faith and belief in Jesus Christ, and you say, I take tie, bind, and rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. And when it vanishes and disappears, whether it leaves a white smoke or the smell of sulfur or rotten eggs, or it just disappears without leaving no smoke, but it leaves a pestilent smell behind with black goo left behind, you know what you're dealing with. is demonic in nature? Answer me this question, brother and sisters. Now we're going to get critical here tonight because I'm just being straight up right now. If a Bigfoot or a dogman were real, or even a reptilian, because I've had encounters with this manifestation. I call them manifestations. Many other manifestations that I've seen. Dark shadow. You can add dark shadow figures to that, and many others. If it was something that was real, like a Bigfoot, dogman, or whatever, why would it disappear when you bind and rebuke it in the name of Jesus Christ? Why would it vanish? Why would it disappear? Why would it fear the name of Jesus Christ? There's only one thing I know that fears Jesus Christ in that way. It's because Jesus Christ has had encounter with him numerous times that he's cast unclean spirits. I believe he had an encounter with the man that was possessed with the legion, or with many, that they say they knew he was the Son of God. So he cast them into the herd of pigs and the swine of pigs, and they went off the cliff or whatever. He knew who they were. He knew how to get him out of the man that was possessed, in which he did free him from the man that was possessed. He freed him from the bondage. If you could free that man, imagine how many people are being bound in that manner right now as I speak. People that had forgotten the way, people that don't want to have a relationship with Jesus Christ. Do you think those people are, how should I say, unclean spirit free? Do you think that how are they going to be unclean spirit free if they don't even want to have a relationship with Jesus Christ? I believe there's many people that are being spiritually bonded right now as I speak in the cryptid paranormal communities. Amir, let me catch up to the comments before I continue. So let me catch up with the comments real quick before I continue, brother and sisters. Yeah, the enemy always tries to use things of the past. I'm talking about when it comes down to spiritual warfare, the unseen forces that are around. He's going to use people that he can use, people that have spiritual opening. He's going to use those individuals to come and try to find an opening, and he's going to use those people to attack. Some of these people might not be bad people, but some might be, because that's what they're about, And that's one of the reasons I don't like going back and forth with anybody, man. Honestly, I'd rather maintain my Heaven Left Foundation. If a person wants to act like a jackass or idiot, go for it. I'm not just going to accept the negativity. If you like corn on the cob, you like to be a roach queen, go ahead, be whatever the hell you want to be, But I forgive people daily, right? Me personally, I don't pay attention. I don't allow the negativity or the bullshit that somebody's trying to throw my way. I don't allow it in my foundation. And at one point in time, uh, I was just playing along, but I don't even play along no more. I'm done playing with people because um, I have higher things and works that I'm fighting spiritually, brothers and sisters. I'm catching out on the comments here. Checking out the comments here. Let me catch up to the comments. I don't know how far I am behind, brother and sisters, so I'm catching up to y'all right now. There we go. There's Andres Carizales. We got brother Long Morgan here. Okay, I'm back. Okay. I caught up with all the comments there. What's up, Rebel? What do you want, Rebel? You want a treat? Let me give Rebel a treat real quick, brother and sisters. likes I think there's salmon treats. Here you go, Rebel. Okay, let me get back in the groove of things here, brothers and sisters. Sorry about that. Trying to remember where I left off here. As as I was just feeling it spiritually. Going back to some of these women that I was talking about, I have nothing against anybody. I have no reason to have anything against anybody. I'm gonna attend my Heavenly Love Foundation. But when it comes down to spiritual warfare, apparently other people on the other side of the balance have something against me. They target me. It's been like that all my life since I was a kid, all the way up to now. They target me, and I've run into them in places. And one of the places that I run into the most is the things that I like to do. I like to dance, right? So that's where I've crossed path against many of them. Like where I like to go dancing, like I said, they were set up in all four corners, but I had already prayed up before I even went out to the dance because my wife likes to dance. So I still prayed up. Hopefully this woman didn't try to do anything because, like I said, the Heavenly Father is my protector, my avenger. I figure by the things that have already happened to them because they try to come up against me spiritually already, that they should have learned their lesson by now. But sometimes people are hard-headed, right? Because if they belong to a certain group or a certain cult, whatever you want to call it, they got to do the works. So that's what they choose. Then whatever happens or comes their way is on them. I just don't accept the negativity. Any hexes or anything that they try to do, it goes back to the sender because I don't accept it. It goes for them. It goes for anybody that's try to come up against me here on spiritual encrypted encounters. Corner Cobb, you remember? That's one of them. Kept on messing with me and messing with them. They're going 4 years. He's going on 4 years that he does not have his son in his life. Going for 4 years now, I think. 4 years. I believe I told him, leave me alone, stop messing with me. And he continued. It's been 4 years now. And the right corner Cobb. You brought it upon yourself. I told you, my exact words were, leave me alone or else certain things are going to happen. The Heavenly Father I place first. He's my protector, my avenger. He takes care of my enemies. I even tried to give you a extended olive branch for peace. You didn't want. I said it's got to be peace for everybody, not just for me. For everybody. You didn't want that, and look at you now. You brought it upon yourself. And you still ain't change your ways. I mean, it's never too late to ask God for forgiveness and repent for your sins. I'm just saying, I'm just using him an example because I think he's about there's been a lot of people, of course, the little posses, the little trolls, or the little people that are in cahoots with each other, in secret with fake profiles because they don't have the testicle fortitude to come up against me with the real names or with them who they truly are, because they don't work that way. They're spineless. So they want to come in with their fake accounts as trolls and stuff like that. I'm not even worried about it because, like I said, the Heavenly Father takes care of my enemies. He knows who they are. I've heard of sea lions. How you doing, Sister Brenda? So I'm just talking away here on Sunday evening, talking about stay spiritual ready at all times. I'm just saying, brothers and sisters, me personally, even though I've been through a lot of stuff all throughout my life, I've never chosen to go the wrong route. And if I was going the right route, I would catch myself, and my spirit would say, "That's not the right thing to do." The Heavenly Father would guide me, so I'll come back on the right path. Uh, but I never chose the easy road. Basically, that's what I'm saying. The easy road is the wrong route. The easy road is the road where you're not, don't worry about it. Everything's gonna be okay, man. Don't worry about it. Go ahead, have another beer. Go ahead and spark up a joint. Go ahead and do whatever, man. Everything's gonna be cool. Nobody's here to judge you for what you do. There's people like that, right? That'll say those things, but me, I can't think that way. I've never thought that way, because when I hear somebody trying to feed me that bullshit when I was growing up, trying to get me to go on the wrong path, I already knew that wasn't the right path, because of the spiritual warfares that I had already been through. So I knew that it's like when somebody telling you, go ahead and put your feet up there, man. Everything's gonna be okay. Nothing's gonna happen. Go ahead and put your feet off the ledge of the cliff. Nothing's gonna happen to you. You're not gonna fall down. It's gonna be okay. A gust of wind comes and pushes you off the freaking cliff. That's how the enemy works. So, don't worry about it. Everything gonna be okay. Don't worry about it. No. When it is making it seem that easy, is because the enemy's trying to get you to put your guards down. But you have to be spiritual ready at all times. That's why the easiest way, spiritual way, is to have your faith and believe in Jesus Christ. And whatever you're going through, let him take care of it. Whatever you're going through, you pray to him to assist you spiritually to overcome the trials and tribulations that you're going through. And he will listen to your prayer and help you spiritually. He just wants you to be spiritual aware of the things that are happening around you. That's part of the spiritual gift of discernment, brothers and sisters. Let me check out the comments. For some reason, it keeps on stopping. Here we go. We're not supposed to wish nothing bad towards nobody, brothers and sisters. Whatever happens to somebody that comes up against us, if they had good intentions towards us, then nothing would happen to them. If their intentions were good and righteous towards us, well, they have nothing to fear. If they were in the good, but if their intentions towards us is bad, then whatever happens to them, yeah, it's not for us to rejoice about it. It's just the Heavenly Father protecting us, watching over us. And hopefully, like I said, he takes it accordingly to what the action is. And that's what I would say, is never too late to ask God for forgiveness, to repent for your sins. I try to help out many people, man. My cousins, when I was growing up, I share a story of what I witnessed. Just when I knew something wasn't right, there's negative seeds dealing with witchcraft is very deep. It can run through generations, which becomes a generational curse. I remember one time I was going to my cousin's house. I think I shared this, but I'll share it again. And my mom and my other brothers, they went through the front street. I went through the alley. I like taking the alley for the shortcut. So I seen them. I went through the backyard, and I could see my cousins in the backyard, and they were acting strange, right? My cousins had knives in their hands, like literally knives in their hands, and they're laughing, and then they're acting strange, like they're not acting themselves. I had three of my female cousins around this barrel that was lit on fire. I guess they were burning trash, and they were reading something, and they were reading it in a different language, like something had overtaken them. So when I looked at the picture, the spiritual picture of things that was happening, all my cousins have been literally possessed by demons, where they're acting crazy. I could see the unclean spirits in them. The book that they were reading, of what I witnessed, seemed to be a black magic book. So as they're doing this, my cousins, they had dug holes on the ground, and they had buried cats, little kittens, inside this holes where their necks sticking out. And one of my other cousins, that he wasn't acting himself, started trying to turn on the lawnmower. And I already knew what he was going to do. He was going to come down with the lawnmower and cut their heads off. That's what I felt spiritually. So as they're doing this, and it's fixing to start the lawnmower to do that, I went up to where my cousins were, and I could tell the unclean spirits. I had control of them. My mom didn't know what was going on, and I grabbed the dark magic book that she had in her hands. I grabbed it and threw it in the fire. When I threw it in the fire, all this black smoke came out of it. When that happened, my cousins became normal, and whatever had control over them, I guess when I burned the book, they left. And my cousins were like freaking out how the cats were and stuff. So they didn't start the lawnmower, and they got the cats out of the holes. They don't even know what happened to them. I believe my cousin was messing with that black magic book, my female cousin. So when I burned it, then I found out whose book it was, because it said, "Oh, you're going to be in trouble," and it belonged to my uncle. I think he showed up, but he didn't do nothing to me or nothing. I just, it was I burned the black magic book. I didn't even know they had that at their house, and I would go there play all the times. But he would explain a lot of the things that were happening there. There was a lot of paranormal activity that would happen there all the time. When I did that with that book, I was, I believe, like around. I was younger. I say like around 9 or 10 years old when I did that. I'm reading the comments here. So I've been going about it almost for about an hour. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna drop a link to see who wants to jump on to talk about this. I think it's a very important topic to talk about. You know, I want to hear people's experiences of what they've gone through, what they've done. I know that I've been fighting spiritually for a very long time, and I will continue to fight spiritually. And I have to be a certain way, and the way that I am is how you see me here every day. I know I'm not going to change for anybody. I'm going to continue to be who I am, regardless whether people like what I say or don't like what I say. I'm not going to change for nobody. I'm just here speaking in my truth of what I see wrong in the society, wrong in the communities, and wrong around the world. Well, Brother Law Morgan, I believe if my uncle was messing with that, they had to see him because they were kids. So he might have had that book for a very long time, which would make sense of the activities that was happening around his house. When you open up something like that, you're going to catch the unclean spirits. You're going to catch the for those who practice the witchcraft, witchcraft and necromancy. When you open up something and you summon something, you're going to bring things. No difference than when somebody messes with the old Ouija board, a fortune card telling. Same thing. You're opening up yourself to certain things. No difference than, but it's a little bit more deeper when it comes down to a black magic book. The question is, I had two uncles that I knew had those books. I didn't know he had one, but I knew one that had one, and he got spiritually attacked, in which I can share the stories that happened to him. The question is, who told them about these books? I'm talking about generational curses. They had to learn it for somebody, right? Somebody within the family. So if they were the sons of my grandmother and grandfather, they had to learn it from somebody. Yes, he was the father. So I'm going to drop a link right now so we can talk about that. I think it's a very important topic to talk about. If anybody got any questions for me of what I'm talking about, hit me up on the. Let me see something here. If y'all got any questions of what I'm talking about right now, uh, ask me any questions. I'll answer. Flower, as far as I can remember, I was a baby, couple of months old. Couple of months old. When I was a baby, when I was born into this world, uh, I would have dreams when I grew, right? But I was always dreaming about being suffocated by something, like I couldn't breathe and I was being suffocated by something. And I have this dream for many years, and I would always pray to the Heavenly Father. I prayed to the Heavenly Father one day and I told him to show me what was happening to me, to show me who was doing that to me, to show me who the enemy was. And he did. The darkness went to light and it became lighter and lighter, in which I was able to see the pillow. Um, and I was able to see a belt buckle of the person holding the pillow over my face. And that person was my father. I remember they would find me in between the mattresses. The back in the 60s and 70s, the mattresses were real heavy. They had springs, wire springs. Uh, they had the wire springs in them. So I remembered the many times that they couldn't find me, and I could hear them searching for me. Then they would finally find me. That when they would find me in between the mattresses, but I knew who it was that was doing this to me, because it was shown to me by the Heavenly Father who was doing this to me. So as I was already older, I went up to him. He's already in a wheelchair. He's missing a leg due to diabetes. And I asked him, why did you try to take my life numerous times when I was just a newborn? He looked at me and he freaked out, but he never said why. He never admitted to it. But like I said before, when you pray for something and the Heavenly Father shows you, he's not going to lie to you. But I think I know why he did that, because he never claimed me to be his son. Right? Never claimed me to be his son. So just like he never claimed me to be his son, I don't claim him to be my father. Now that he's elderly and is going through what he's going through, what we're supposed to do, brother and sisters, is one thing if somebody doesn't agree with you, that you wipe your feet, you enter their homes, you wipe your feet and walk away and go to the next house to try to spread the word. But when somebody tries to take you out, not once, but numerous times, then you disassociate with them. You forgive them, but they're not trustworthy no more, because there has to be an opening for them to be coming at you in a negative way like that, especially if they're trying to take you out of this world, trying to suffocate you. Okay, there's Sister Brenda. How you doing, Sister Brenda? Let me see.
Okay, there we go. Now I have volume.
There's Lawrence
Hang
right
on.
there.
What's up, y'all? I'm driving, so don't mind me.
I couldn't get my microphone to work there for a minute, Abe. So that's horrible. And that's kind of one of the reasons why I don't speak to my uncle. I was adopted. So the uncle in my family abused me from the ages of 9 to 11. He used to take me to parties. And through those years, I found out from my father that I was being drugged. Thank God I don't remember anything that went on. And 2 years ago, I decided to forgive him. Okay. I wasn't real blood, so he didn't care, apparently. That doesn't mean that I will ever forget or trust him or even really want to be around him, but I did forgive him. So I did what I could do for me,
Crap.
for my, how do I say it, for my salvation.
A lot of these people that were into the occult, that's what they do. They take out people like they try to do to me, but there's always been a higher power protecting me, watching over me, protecting me from situations where I shouldn't be here. He will give me life back into my body because I had a higher purpose. I've always believed, because I would see things in advance. I even knew when I was going to go to war. I've been knowing I was going to go to war since I was like around 8 or 9 years old. I would always see images of the future, of war. So I already knew, the Heavenly Father would just prepare me to show me things that were to come,
Right.
So when I was in those locations and I was seeing everything that was happening around me, is things that I had already seen that were shown to me a long time ago. So the Heavenly Father is amazing,
Yeah. And Abe, I'm going to tell you, the things that I went through when I was younger, they didn't make me a victim. They made me a stronger person. Do I still do things to help people and get screwed over? Well, yes, I do. Because I feel like there are people that need help with things, and if I have it, I will help. But, if I get slapped in the face with it, well, okay. But I know that my uncle, well, of course, because my uncle was high ranking military, my uncle also knew my faith. So he was not a good person to be with. So I won't.
I had a mute. What's his name? Because he was breaking in and
Yeah,
out.
I think he
Maybe
was
when he
trying to.
gets to his location, he can come back on. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay.
Sure.
I think he was trying to set the radio to the his phone to the show so he can listen while he was driving.
Yeah.
So, and I mean, I think that I did the right thing by, forgiving him, but I don't really ever want to have anything to do with him. If he calls me, will I answer the phone? He's still around a lot of family that's out there in California, so I can honestly say I probably will. Just, to make sure everything's okay. Now, my daughter and my grandson are flying out to California on the 13th. And I just want her to stay away from him. She can go visit the rest of the family, but I really don't want her around him, especially with my grandson, who is only 3 years old. But she's a grown person. Doesn't do any good for me to tell her, no, don't do it. She's going to do whatever she wants to do, So
Yes.
I'm just hoping that she spends time with the rest of the family. She's planning on going to a couple of theme parks and stuff out there and take her son. So she bought him a backpack with a leash on it so she doesn't lose him. But yeah, I mean, I don't understand why people are so wicked. Well, yes, I do understand. I can't say that. Satan has walked this earth since eternity, or since the beginning of time, and he probably always will for a very long time. And what do? We have our choices to either be on his side or be on the side of Jesus Christ. So God gave us that ability to be able to make our own decisions, and they have made their decision on that side. And they will deal with that in due time. That's all we can do. I don't know.
It's true.
Yeah. And you said that, was it your did you say your dad?
Yes. Well, yeah, my dad. Well, the man that supposedly is my dad, because he never accepted me as his son. He would always deny me as a son. I remember my mom was sending me to the bar because he'd be out there bar hopping at 1, 2 in the morning. Send me and my brother, my older brother. He was like 7, I was like 5, to go look for him. And we're looking till we find him. And I will go inside the bar, and I was telling them that for him to come home or whatever. And he'll tell the woman he will be there sitting drinking beers with or whatever, that I was just the neighbor's son, that they wanted me to go do something at the house or whatever. So I remember, he never said, "Oh, that's my son," or nothing like that. And you have lipstick on his face.
Oh God.
The women
Yeah.
that were kissing him on the cheeks. And I would never say nothing to him. He's like, "Do I got anything on my face? You'll be drunk." I said, "No, you got nothing in your face." So we get home. That's like, let me see, 1, 2. I'm gonna count the blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 blocks to get to our house. It was down the street, but 6 blocks away. So when we get to the house, you know, he's got all the lipstick all over him, and my mom, he's drunk off his ass. She waits for him to go to sleep, and then she starts beating him up while he's drunk. You don't even know what's happening to him, you know. But that's not a good thing, you know, when you're in a relationship like that, you know. But since we were so many already, you know, my mom had she was stuck in that relationship. But the one that was there for us was my mother.
Yeah.
But now that he's old and he's going through what he's going through, I don't feel bad about it in any kind of way, shape, or form. You know,
he put himself there.
He never acknowledged me as his son ever, all throughout his life. So now that he's going through what he's going through, that they kicked him out of the nursing home, and because he decided to go ballistic on people, and they're fighting people. I don't know how a man in one wheelchair is going to fight people, maybe running over toes or something.
I can do it.
I don't know, but it's not my problem, you know. I've never had a relationship with that man to say, oh, this is my father. No, never had. No, I've been living by myself since I was 15. And even when I was growing up, he would never go to my little league games, to my football, little league or track games or nothing.
Yeah.
You know? So it's like, how I don't know how anybody expects me to acknowledge somebody like that as a father when he's never shown me to be a father at all. You know.
Yeah.
Sounds familiar?
Yeah.
Corner in the cob, are you listening?
Oh no. Yeah, I don't and you know, my uncle's going through a hard time now. Of course, he retired. My aunt passed away, his wife passed away. His only son won't have anything to do with him anymore. So I imagine he just is by himself. I don't know, but he caused that. Because, see, when I first got into the family, he always wanted more kids, and my aunt couldn't have any more. That's why they only had the one son. And he wanted a daughter. So he treated me like I was his daughter. I had my own room at his big house. I had anything I ever wanted. But I had to leave from there. I had to get out. And there was stuff that I didn't know that my dad filled in holes for me. And boy, I'll tell you, that three-way conversation on the phone was horrible because I called him and my dad was on the line. And my dad didn't say anything at first until my uncle started lying to me. And then my dad spoke up. So it was kind of an ambush. But, and he made my uncle tell me the truth. And I was dumbfounded because, I guess when you're young, your mind will block bad memories and keep them hidden from you until something brings them out or somebody brings them out. Now, I used to have nightmares of him being really mean to me and stuff, which I don't ever remember him doing that. But it kind of makes sense now, knowing what I do know, that maybe those weren't nightmares. Maybe those were my memories coming back. So, yeah, I mean, people do horrible things to people. And it is terrible. And I know a lot of people that went through the things that I did, and they didn't survive. They didn't, it didn't make them stronger. It I know one person who she took her own life because of that stuff. So I went through a little bit of counseling, but back then, these counselors didn't really know how to deal with situations like that. They would listen to what you were saying to them, but that would be all they were doing and writing it down. They never gave any suggestions. They wanted to give pills and medicines and all that stuff. No, they didn't know how to help in those situations at all. So I did it myself. I told you. I think I told you. Went to the beach one day and something
He was
came over
a
me.
he was a sorry sack of crap.
Yeah.
I remember they were shut off electricity or water because he said he was going to work and he was wasting all his money partying and stuff. And my mom would be crying. Be a Saturday morning and we have no electricity, no water.
Oh, no.
So my mom would be crying, and I was like 8 or 9 years old. So I go get my lawnmower, the lawnmower from my grandmother, and I go cut grass. Make money. Then I bring her the money, give her enough money so at least for the lights to get turned back on, and stuff like that. And she
Was
would be
he
happy. I would do that, and then he would get mad.
was he
He would get
spending the money
mad.
at the bar?
Yeah, he would get mad when he would come to the house and there was water or electricity on, and he's like, "Who paid for this?"
What?
And she would say that I made money and I gave her the money to pay, and he would get mad with me. He would say, "Well, you think you're better than me? That you're a man?" Blah blah blah. And I just tell him, "Well, you can't pay the bills, so somebody got to do it." And man, he would get mad when I would say that. But I think he would do that on purpose, Sister Brenda.
Yeah,
He likes seeing people suffer.
that's terrible.
That's a sorry sack of shit that he was, or that he is. I forgave him, but I don't have a relationship with him. You
So
know,
when your mom uh passed away, you guys were all old enough to take care of yourself.
I was 15, and the youngest was 3, and my younger brother was 5.
Oh, wow.
Then my other brother was like 11 or 12. I think my sister Beatrice was like 13. I was 15. My sister Lupita was 14. Yeah.
So you guys had to stay with him then.
Yeah, and Jack was older. No, he wasn't there. He went to prison
Oh, okay.
because he's the one that took my mother's life.
Oh, okay. Oh, dang. Sorry about that.
So, but my brother wasn't there. He left. He was in the reserves and he left. So all the responsibility fell on my shoulders. So I had to work 2 jobs and stuff. Just to make ends meet. I don't know how I did it. Honestly, to be able to work 2 jobs. I was working from 12:30. I was on deck in this program called DECA school program, and I worked from 12:30 to 5, and then from then I had to work at Walmart from whenever I got there till like around 10:30. But then they told me I have to make a choice because I was clocking in late from the job by the time I would get to Walmart. So I let go of the hospital job and I started working for Walmart. But for a while there, I was working 2 jobs. I don't know how I'll be doing my homework late at nights, real tired. Sometimes I wouldn't get a chance to do it, so I would do it early in the morning.
Yeah,
I'd be at school standing, waiting for the first bell to ring and stuff like that. I managed to graduate,
good. Yeah,
but it was a lot of sacrifice. There's times that I wouldn't eat nothing. Uh, So we're barely making it. You know, we wouldn't get. Imagine getting we're 6 kids, and they would only give us $97 for food stamps. Imagine that.
I'm surprised that they didn't
$97
come
for
in.
food stamps because uh, the head of the household wasn't there, so it was just us as kids. It would only help us with 90. I think somebody was trying to take us out, honestly, because I never
Well,
heard of no shit like that. You know,
I'm surprised CPS didn't come in and take you guys.
I did. We did have a. Her name was Mary Hope. Mary Hope Barrera was in charge of us,
Oh, okay.
and she said that if you know, so long we have electricity, light, and the living standards are good, that we could stay together. You know, and we managed. So that wouldn't send us to different directions. But her name was Mary Hope. Get it? Hope.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was times that I wouldn't even eat nothing. I'll wait till eat at school, free breakfast. Because my brother and sisters would be hungry. So I'm talking about we were eating potatoes and beans and rice, the cheap things,
Right.
just to make it. Maybe some flour tortillas, but besides that, there was nothing fancy. The little bit of money that we would get, but we made it. Found one way or another to make it. Then my sister started working, so we both were working, and but that's in the past. Was able to survive all that.
But you're a good, strong person now.
I
And
know how it is. When the things that I got taken away from happened to me a long time ago. It could have changed my path in life.
yeah,
Because the people that are around me, it was people that were on the bad road. When I'm talking about drugs and all that, I could have
yep,
easily gone that direction, but I chose
yep,
not to because I had a responsibility. And when you have a love foundation like I had even then, you got to take care of what's important. You know,
yep.
yeah, I sacrificed a lot of things. I sacrificed my 4 year college.
You
Uh,
sacrificed your childhood, period.
yeah, childhood. I sacrificed I had a 4 year scholarship for Shriner College for track. I let that go to take care of my brothers and sisters. Even the priesthood, the Catholic priesthood, wanted to take me in, and they said we can take care of you. And I said, how about my brothers and sisters? They said we can only take care of you, not them. And I said, well, then I can become a priest. I have to take
Right.
care of them. So I let go of the priesthood. I was trying to find a way just to make it.
Yeah.
But I did it. We all did it together. We all stepped up when the time needed to be stepped up. And imagine doing all that with a target on your back, with the spiritual target from the witches and warlocks that already had it out for us. Since I was very young, 3, that they were seeing that as an opportunity to come and attack. Then we had a corrupt police force. They were coming after us, and the hoodlums that they were hired to come after us. So yeah, we went through a lot, but thank God that we're still here and He protected us. When you find out in the military that there was they had a hit on you because of a fraudulent insurance claim or insurance scam that had all your names on it, all your brother and sisters' names on it. That's when I had to move everybody from back home. Moved them up to Central Texas.
Yeah.
Because when you have your name, and people, it was a insurance scam because many people bought that insurance with their names on it. So the only way they could claim is for what, Sister Brenda?
Oh, God, if the people on that list were dead.
Exactly.
Now that makes
Well,
sense.
there was a lot of sorry son of a bitches, excuse my French, that bought that insurance claim. But I got everybody out of there.
God, who does that?
Evil fucking people.
Wow.
The only reason I know about that insurance scam is because of something that happened when I went after Operation Desert Storm. You know, I got surrounded by all the cops, and they were giving me a hard time to leave town and all this stuff. And I told them what happened. My chain of command. I called them up because you know they give you their number, and you call them up, tell them, hey, and I told them if so and so happens to me, I said this is a person who's going to be responsible for it. You know, so they did an investigation on that, and then they found out the truth. And they're the ones that told me. You know, I already knew something was up, but I didn't know it was that deep. They didn't. The government investigated on it. They found there was a cop that told them they had some information for them. Told them about the insurance scam. They
Who
had all
start,
the names of
who took that out to begin with? Who started that? Was it your dad?
I believe it was a man that came to my dad, telling him about this insurance to put all our names on it and stuff. I remember. I think it was called something global. Global. I can't remember the full name of it, but I remember the man, and that man was one of my uncles that was married to my aunt brother. They told my mom to put our names on it and put their names on it. So he was a scammer. So I remember when people would come to her house at nighttime, you know, this insurance we have for a couple of years. You know, in order for something to happen, they have to not make it look too obvious, right?
Yeah.
So they waited. And I remember when these people will come to her house and I could hear them speaking to my dad outside. They'll be like, when are you going to do it? When are you going to do it?
Do you think that's why your dad took your mom's life?
I believe so. I believe so. That day that happened, he was supposed to take everybody,
Oh, wow.
not just hers, but him, because that's a scam. I remember, Sister Brenda. I heard some noise outside. I opened the door. I seen the coroner van in front of her house, and they had already laid out like 6 body bags on the ground. The man seen me looking at him, and he grabbed the sleeping bag, the body bags, and threw them in the coroner van, and he took off. So what is that saying? It's
Wow.
saying that they have somebody was supposed to take all of us out. I don't know what
Apparently
happened.
on that night when the van was there.
Yeah, I don't know what happened that evening, but he went and total wrecked 2 police cars in the truck with a policeman in them with a 56 Ford.
Well,
I still don't know every little detail of how everything happened or whatever, but
if the coroner was there, it sounds like that town was just invested in this. You know, like they knew the big people.
so I've had people when I was in the military that will come from the valley looking for me. They're like, "Hey, what are you doing, man? You want to go hang out, drink some beers?" I said, "No, man, I can't. I'm doing something else. I don't trust nobody because I already knew that if they come looking for me, it's because they were coming for because of that hit that they have for me."
Right. I don't blame you for not trusting anybody.
And you know, I know me as I am as an individual and as trained as I am, that no, I will do whatever I had to do to survive. You know, that even means making the person just coming at me in a threatful manner, I'll just leave it at that. I'll do what I have to do to survive.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's horrible. I mean, you guys growing up like that has got to be so hard, just basically kind of eating what you could when you could and not having an actual loving parent there for you guys. That had to have been kind of tough on all of you.
Yeah, and all of us. I mean, everybody has got their own life and stuff. I would always tell my brother and sisters, we need to stick together, but sometimes it don't happen that way because sooner or later in life, everybody goes their own way. The only thing I can do is pray for everybody, to live their lives just like, I'm doing my own thing. I got married and, but I am there if somebody needs to talk or whatever. I'm there for my family, but of course I live in a different town now.
Yeah.
But yeah, when somebody's got this, that's no different than somebody having a contract on their name, a blood contract.
Yeah.
For the people that have they've done what they're not supposed to do, blood contracts with the demons. Talking about the people that are into witchcraft, warlocks, or music, or anybody that's done that just for fame and fortune. You put yourself in a situation there.
It's probably a really good thing that your dad didn't go to, like, say, Jesse's dad and talk about doing this whole getting the life insurance on everybody and all that stuff, because Jesse wouldn't have been able to go back there either.
Jesse remembers.
Yeah, I know.
Jesse remembers when people were coming after everything happened when my mother and my dad was arrested, went to prison, that they were coming for us still because their names were still on that insurance claim. They were coming to our house trying to take us out.
Damn.
Yeah, but he was there. My cousins were there, and we were there, and we were ready to fight. But yeah, they were coming for us. They couldn't do too much to us in the city because we have neighbors, and so. Yeah. The only way they will be able to do something, they can take us to a secluded place. But since we're in the city, they have to take us out of our property to be able to do something, or try to do something on our property. But most of these people that were involved in that, they're all dead already. Most of them.
Oh, that would make it a little bit safer.
The person that sold the insurance, he's been dead. He suffered a horrible death. He was the one behind that.
Well, I think that karma is something that God created for some people. I'm very upset. I was telling Maddie, I took that laptop to Susie so she could use it. It had a nice squishy case to keep everything secure. She got the laptop, a $40 cooling pad underneath that lights up and all that, a mouse, a wireless mouse pad, the whole setup. And it took her 7 months to send it to me. She put the computer loose in the box, the cooling pad loose in the box. It was a box that was too big. She put a couple pieces of balled up newspaper in this box. And I finally got it. And it's destroyed.
Wow.
Yeah.
So she literally put it that way intentionally, knowing that the merchandise was going to be.
I didn't even.
She's a character, though, Susie.
And And I didn't even get the bag for it, and it was squishy. Had she put everything in there just like she got it,
Is she
it
supposed to
would have
be a
had
woman
less
of
of a
faith, right?
chance. Yeah, it would have had less of a chance of
uh,
anything happening to it. I didn't even get the dang carrying case back with it.
Susie, if you're listening, that's not godly. That's what she told me one time. That's not godly. That's not godly, Susie.
I mean,
Sending the merchandise that way, that's not godly like.
here's the thing. Had I been able to drive myself and go and get it, even though it would have cost me $100 in gas, I'd have went out and got it myself, but I have to rely on somebody else to drive me there. It's a 10-hour trip there and back, which is hard on me anyways. But, I would have done it.
And
And
she still lives
and
in the same ranch, don't she?
as far as I know, somebody told me that she finally sold it. So I guess maybe she mailed it out so she could just be done with it while she's in the middle of doing her move. I don't know. But I don't know. It's okay. I mean, I forgive her, but I just feel horrible because that was the
It
one I
just
wanted to
it's
do to
that's
Jesse.
one thing is it's just something that can be replaced. Just leave it at that, and just make sure you.
Oh, I was more worried because that was the one I wanted to give to Jesse because it was new and it was barely used. So I don't know. I'm just, it's okay. I mean, I forgive her. I think that sometimes we're taught things for a reason. You know, I am a very big trusting person. One time I had allowed somebody to come and stay at my house, and they only stayed a night or two. Well, what I didn't know was this person had brought bedbugs. Do you know how long it took me to get rid of those things? And I had to throw away furniture, and oh my God, it was miserable.
You have to quarantine the whole room.
The room, I had to do the whole house. I
Yeah,
wasn't
the whole
trusting
house
this. Yeah.
with Clorox.
Well, so we did. We got rid of everything, even got a new bed, got everything. But after we got everything out, we had to spray and clean. And I mean, deeply. They were because the place where I used to live, it didn't have a foundation. It was just like a wooden floor, and underneath it was dirt. So, they were all in there, and it was just miserable. Finally got rid of everything, but I lost a lot of stuff because of that, you know. And so yeah, so now if that same person comes around, they're not allowed in my house because the way they live. Apparently it's okay. Some people think it's okay to live with those things, but I don't. But yeah, and I had just got a brand new big fluffy recliner, okay? And that is where that person slept that night, in that recliner, because it reclined all the way back. So, you know, after he was gone, I went to sit in my recliner to watch TV, and I started feeling something on my sides biting the crap out of me,
Wow.
and got up and realized what it was. I'm thinking to myself, he had to have brought them all with him because I don't think they can multiply that fast. I was like, oh my God. But then I found out that he did have them at the house where he was staying. And he brought a bag of clothes, and that's probably where they were. It was miserable. It was miserable.
So the bugs you're talking about that he had, were they like crabs?
Bed bugs, what they are is they're small little dark brown or black like bugs. And when they bite you, they suck your blood out. Like they can be real
Oh, you're
small.
making me scratch.
Oh, I know I'm making myself scratch. But they can get real big just off of the blood. And boy, I'll tell you what, when you smash them and kill them, they stink like dookie. But yeah, I had to get rid of those. And then at the time, I had my cat. Oh my God. Thank God she never had any of them. They never got a hold of her. But they were terrible. And they travel like around your baseboards or through your baseboards, through your light sockets, just to get into other rooms. Once you get them, they are a pain to get rid of. And my house was spotless and clean. And I thought to myself, well, surely they won't want to stay here. Oh, no, they didn't care about that. They weren't roaches. They wanted blood, not food. Oh, it was horrible. It was horrible.
Let's give them an image so they can know what you're talking about, Sister Brenda.
Oh, you got some. All right. Yeah.
Bed
Hi-yo,
bugs.
there they are. And they get into your mattress. They live around the outsides of the mattress in the corners and bends, and they can come out through underneath and climb over into your sheets. Oh, it was terrible. I couldn't stand it. But it took a couple months and getting rid of furniture and
And they're pretty
blankets.
small, right?
They are small, but they will grow a little bit bigger because the more blood that they consume, the bigger they get. And just regular bug spray does not kill them. I'll tell you right now, it does not. They're like the bloodsuckers, vampires of the cockroaches.
You think they're related according to God?
But they might be.
This
You
is
may-
worse than the roach. The
might be
roach, right?
might be a bloodsucker. Who knows? But yeah, they're bad. And I think, man, those things were terrible. Yeah, it took months. Finally got rid of them. And it was crazy. I mean, we had to buy bedbug sprays, and we'd spray the baseboards, we'd spray the beds, we sprayed everything. But we ended up throwing things out and then starting all over. Yep, they are demons. They're little itchy demons. And now, like when we moved here, I'm getting look at Abe. When we moved here, the first thing I did was kind of walk around and look in the corners and by the baseboard and behind everything, and just to make sure. Now I'm scared. If I move into an apartment, I want to know who lived there first. I want pictures to make sure they were clean people. I, I'm like, yeah, no, I don't ever want to have to go through that again. Ever. It was horrible. I would have rather of them brought a roach or two into the house and then got rid of roaches than have to deal with those bed bugs. That's how bad they are. And I swear every 3 days they must pop out more. They had to. They made it from my living room into the bedroom. There was even some in the bathroom that got into the bathtub. I was like, what is going on? I thought, Jesus, somebody, he dropped a whole bomb of them in my house. Yeah, so no more. Now I'm really, really finicky.
Damn,
Who
that
comes
was
around?
probably a person with a lack of personal hygiene.
Well, they can carry them. Like if you live in a house and you have them, and just say you get dressed and you go to somebody's house, but you can carry them on your sock, on your own clothes. You can carry them, and they're small, so they hide well. It's bad. And staying in hotels, if hotels have them, all they do is put plastic covering over the mattresses and then put those. Well, if they get out of that plastic covering, they're coming for you.
Here's another picture from Oklahoma.
What did you do?
38.
Oh, I thought you were going to put his face on it.
There he is. That's his true form. So are you trying to tell me that he's a shapeshifter? Yeah, he's from the movie Mimic. Remember the movie Mimic?
Yes, and
With
that is what
the giant roaches.
Yeah, that is what that looks like. Yep, I sure do.
Well, it's not from the movie, but that's a roach. That's him.
Look at how they got the spiral things on their little antennas.
I mean, maybe he is truly boots on the ground. I mean, they're traveling armies.
Oh my god. Yeah, that one there is a roach walker. Lauren says,
I mean,
roach
look at the way the roach looks. It looks like his face in a sensible way.
oh my god, it's his daddy.
I'm your pappy.
But yeah, I don't know, Abe. People can do miserable, bad, and horrible things to other people, and we just forgive because it's our way. That's Somebody asked me if Susie called me if I would talk to her. Yeah, I would. She was my best friend. I don't get real close to women. I haven't for almost all of my life. I've got more male friends than I have female friends. But I would talk to her. I forgive her. I would talk to her.
So what was it caused her to get mad with you?
We were doing that TV channel, okay? And we moved our show to a TV channel, but I was keeping Beyond the Box because we called the other show something else. And I had told her that when we go, she wanted to just talk about her stories. And I said, Susie, I said, you're a co-host. We're going to have people on. We're going to do a show. You can't do all the talking. You talk a little bit, let the guests talk. If you have something relatable, then you just say it quick. Don't spend 20, 30 minutes talking about it. You can't. Not on TV is completely different than doing a podcast. Okay? And she got mad. And she said, I don't want to be a co-host. I said, well, Susie, you can't be the only guest we have. And then she had asked, because we used to do this thing called Susie's Story Time. And I said, well, I'm keeping Beyond the Box. We can still do, 1 or 2 shows a week over there, and that's fine. And she said, well, I don't think I want to do this. And I'm like, you don't want to do the TV? And if you don't want to do the TV, it's okay. Because I had Chad and Sherry that were going over there with us. And then we were all having a conversation, and we lost Susie. She texted me on the phone and said, did you kick me out? And I said, no, I didn't kick you out. So come back in. And she didn't come back in. I guess she swears I kicked her out. And I didn't. She was still mad over that one thing of me misspeaking the one night over
when
here.
she sounded like she was possessed.
Yeah, she was still mad over that. And she just stopped talking to me. She blocked me on everything and just stopped talking to me. And then Steve, let me tell you there, you know, he had done the same thing. And we started talking again. And everything was okay. And I invited him to come on one of the shows. He told me he couldn't. He had plans already. Okay. And I had sent him something apparently that I didn't know about. I guess it was, I think, if I remember correctly, it was Vince McMahon apparently had gotten pulled over for
Oh
drunk
yeah.
driving. Yeah, and I didn't know about that. I ran across it, and because, you know, he's a big wrestling fan, I sent it to him. And he goes, "Oh," he goes, "that's old." I said, "Oh, I said I didn't know. I had never heard of this." He said, "Speaking of things that are old, okay, here we go." He said, "You and I share the same community. Don't ever go over to Abe's and say that I did anything ever again." And I said, "Okay." Now, I did apologize to him. And then he started just dog talking me. I read the text messages to Chad. Chad goes, "Oh my
Was it tr-
God." I said,
was he
"Yeah."
was he treating you like Tom Altos?
Oh, you know, let me tell you something. He always calls Tom a narcissist, but I am here to tell you something. I know what a narcissist is because I have them in my family. And I'm sorry, but he is a bigger narcissist than Althouse. I will tell you right out the door. And the way he spoke to me in these text messages, Chad was like, "What?" Then he blocked me again on all his shows. I would I seen Andreas and Jason and them in there in one of his shows, so I popped in and I'm like, "Hey guys," and nobody answered me, and I was like, "Hello?" And nobody said it again. So I went and I messaged Jason on Discord. And I said, "Jason, are you seeing my messages in that chat?" And he said, "No, Brenda. Did he block you again?" I said, "Yes. Yes." So at first, I was still watching his shows just so he'd get the views. Now, I don't care. I don't care anymore. I don't even watch them. I don't turn them on. I've gone through and unsubscribed to every single one of his channels. I mean, I didn't even do anything. I thought we were playing nice again. And because Chad is a good friend of both of ours. So it's like Andreas wants you to drop a link. So it's like I didn't even understand again. And then he kept saying, "You lied to us. You lied to me." I said, "What did I lie to you about?" "You lied to me." "Tell me what it is you think I lied to you about." "Well, you have friends that don't want to talk to you because you lied." I said, "About what?" If you're going to tell somebody they lied to you, you better tell them what you think they lied to you about. Because I could look at you, Abe, and say, "You lied to me." And you would be like, "About what?" Would you not? You'd be like, "What are you talking about?" And that's exactly what I got. He would never say anything.
Hmm.
So yeah, it happened again. And I was like, "This is ridiculous." So I decided that's it. I just wrote him off, period. You know? Then I guess he had ran a show and nobody was there in the chat. So he messaged Chad and was pissed off at Chad. And Chad said, "Dude, I'm out doing yard work today." He jumped on Chad because he wasn't in the
Wow.
chat.
Hi,
Hi,
Brenda.
Andres.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, I'm not sure what went down between you guys, but I thought like when it came to like Steven not like blocking you again, you even asked me in chat
Yeah.
that if I was mad at you. I'm going like, what? No, I'm like,
Yes.
why would I be
Yes.
mad? Like, you've done nothing to me personally, so why would I be? And it wasn't until you commented that I couldn't see, because you said just now that you said hello to everybody in the chat, and I literally said I could not see you. If you were there, I couldn't see you.
Yeah.
Uh,
And I didn't even know that he had done that until that show. And you were in there, and I believe Jason was in there. And I want to think even Juan was there. And I remember saying hi to everybody, and I'm like, hello. And so, yeah, that's why I'd asked if
oh,
you were
and
mad. So
no,
huh?
I'll keep going. I was going to reply to something that Rain said.
Oh, so I did. I went in and I had Jason go look, and he went back to the chat, and he said, Brenda, you weren't in there at all. I'm like, I'll be. And I tried I have like 4 YouTube accounts, and I tried every single one of those, and he blocked
Wait,
every
what?
single one of
All
them.
of them?
Yep, and on Facebook. So I haven't talked to him since. And I told him, I said, look, Steve, I apologize to you. And if you want to just keep talking to me like that, well, then that's a you problem. And that's exactly what I told him. You know, the first time Susie had not been talking to anybody, and it wasn't even about me, it stressed me out so much, Andreas, my hair was falling out. I was
Yeah, you
losing my hair.
mentioned that, and you had a hard time staying relaxed or something because of the issues.
Yeah, yeah. And it wasn't even towards me, it was something else she was mad about. She just had to walk away from everybody. But she could have at least said something. I would have understood. Trust me, I do that sometimes. But but this time I decided I was not going to let these people get to me. So I wrote him off. That's it. I will never trust him again. I won't be around him ever. If he comes over here and he's up on this panel, I won't come up because I don't want to have nothing to do with him anymore. Because I put the olive branch out there and he took a little bite of it and things were okay and we were talking and laughing, and then in a snap he just turned on me like a wild dog, and that was it. I was done. I wasn't doing it anymore. So and it's like I said, the first time he did it, I'm the only one that uses that $sign on his show and would send him money.
I was not aware of all that until you just explained it in further detail.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's like
and
the first
oh,
time I told him, why would you block the only person that supports your show?
that's some interesting developments that I got to hear tonight. That's a new one.
Well, I know what he was thinking. He was probably thinking, because he thinks like this. I know he does. He was probably thinking I would get in the chat and start problems. I don't do that. I don't care what kind of problems me and another person has. If I show up at a show, I'm there to listen, talk to the people in the chat. I'm not there to start any problems, because you know why, Andres? I'm a grown adult. That's why. And grown adults don't play those kind of games. Well, they're not supposed to. I'm gonna leave Key out of this one because he doesn't use his brain.
Okay, I got one for you.
Mm-hmm.
Using missile. If you're out there, come on and let's talk about it.
Yeah, yeah. Rain, I'm gonna address 2 comments that you said in the chat. In terms of the whole birds thing, Dick Richards actually was the one who commented that, because apparently Dick would notice in all the old photos, like early 1920s, somewhere around that time frame, like black and white. He mentioned that birds didn't really exist, and Steven got upset with him about that, and apparently they started going back and forth.
Yeah.
And The second comment, in terms of somebody calling Steven a snowman, that was actually the guy that
Yeah.
Tumultuous.
t- uh, Tom
Tom
Wheelhouse or something like that.
Althouse.
Yeah,
Our house.
that prick actually
Yeah.
decided to make fun of him on a show, and the person he was with actually did call him a snowman, but he also compared him to like a freaking Nephilim. Like
The
then
female.
they just started calling him that. So
And I don't and he's a short guy, so I don't, I think he's what, maybe 5'8", 5'9", maybe. He's not real tall. So to call him, have anything, and that was the girl that he was doing podcast with, who now apparently Tom Althouse doesn't do them with her, and she keeps trying to send me a friend's request, and I don't know her, and she told she told Tom and Penny that I had demons in me. So guess what? Well, I don't want a friend requester. I don't need to be tied up in whatever she has going on in her drama. I've already done heard enough of it because Chad left her to come and do shows with me. So she can just stay there. I mean, I'm over them. But yeah, Andres, that's what happened. He did it again after he jumped all over me. And even after he jumped all over me, I was still willing to stay friends with him. I figured, well, now that he's got that out, maybe things will be okay. Nope. Block, 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 block. I was like, oh, for crying out loud. Well, guess what? I'm an adult. I'm grown. I raised my kids already. And I have a child older than him that acts better. So, I don't need it. But yeah, that's why I'd asked you if you were mad at me. Because I didn't realize that he had blocked me again. I just thought maybe, I'm not sure what happened. I was like, oh, what did I do? So yeah, I don't know. And I do think that it was him under that false name in the chat that day when we were up here.
okay, well that's new.
Yeah. So, yep. So I have my mods in my chat, and we're getting ready to start my shows back up again this week. We're going to do a show probably Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday this coming week. So,
You just doing a regular YouTube?
yeah, on mine. My regular 2 hours, and I can't go over the 2 hours because Sherry has a day job now, so she goes to bed. So I won't do them too late. That way she can still get her some sleep. But man, that's what I'm saying. I think the world has gone crazy. That's what I think. We're on a different timeline. I mean, things are just nuts.
Rain asked if Steven was one who was sending you harassing emails. Was he the one?
I don't know who it was. It was somebody who knew things about me. So all I can do is assume, but I don't know for sure because it was a falsified email. I could never email it back. It happened around the same time. So I don't know. I do not know. So I don't know. I'm just some people, right, Abe?
Yeah. The only thing I can think of, there's something when you talk about him and Susie, the things that happened, you can't forget the man that was staying with her. That he was doing something
Yeah.
outside, practicing something.
Yep.
Stakes that were found in the ground. That's one of them. And then when they got those red things up in the air. There's another around three in the morning. It was late at night. That could be, demonic in nature. So possible negative attachments upon them.
Yeah.
Which
And
it changes the character of a person. It affects if the negative attachments are there, it's going to change his demeanor. I mean, I've seen how he's changed. I mean, big time.
well,
The only thing he talks about is this guy. You
and
know,
yes, and I know that when he had gone to Susie's, we had all made arrangements for me to go up there too, so that he could meet me in person. But it was a very bad time. It's like I said, people don't understand how hard it is for me to travel because he was there for 2 days. They wanted me to go stay there for 2 days. Susie didn't have anywhere that I could stay. Okay. Because he stayed up in this loft room upstairs. I couldn't get up there. So I would have had to have gotten a hotel room for 2 days, plus the $100 in gas to get up there and back. And I would have had to take in all my medicine, my shower chair, my everything. It's really hard for me to go stay overnight somewhere. I have too much that I have to take with me that I need to have. So it was just at a bad time. I couldn't do it. And he actually kind of did the whole jokingly rubbing it in my face, and you weren't there, and you didn't come, and you planned on coming. Well, how do you say it? Shit happens.
yeah.
Like I said, I don't drive around by myself. Had I had both my legs, yeah, I would have went. I probably would have ended up out at Susie's every other weekend. But because I have to rely on somebody else, and somebody else has to take me and deal with me while I'm in places that's not at home. And I have a dog that I can't take anywhere. I would have taken my little one, but he would have been by himself. Uh-oh, Abe's the Pied Piper. Yes, positive aggression. But
arguing and stuff like that is not good.
nope. And I refuse to do it anymore. I am not arguing with anybody because it interferes in my peace. If they want to argue, they can go stand up against a brick wall and argue with it, because I ain't arguing no more.
So I got a question for you.
What?
Do you think him and Susie talk?
Hmm?
Do you
Yes,
think him
they
and
do.
Susie talk?
You what?
Him and Susie.
Yeah, they still talk.
Yeah, that's what I figure. I know sometimes he'll come and say something, made a comment about something. They showed a man slapping a little girl because the little girl was bullying her son or whatever. He had told the man told her to stop. And the only thing I comment I made is, well, that's how we handled things back in the day in the 80s,
Yeah.
And she got mad and she said, that's not godly like. Yeah, well, what the little girl wasn't godly like either. They're like, oh, well, that's not your child to be disciplined or that. That's right. That's true. But sometimes you got to do what you got to do, out of reaction. You got to do somebody else's job.
Yeah. Do you know how many times I have been in Walmart with people that have had kids that are running around the store pulling clothes off of the things and, just causing havoc? Do you know how many times I have looked at those parents and say, will you spank that kid before I do it for you? I mean, it's
Or they're
like,
flopping around on the ground, crying,
yeah.
or they start cussing at the parents, calling the MF and all kinds of bad words.
Yep, I tell you,
Oh,
like I said, my mom
and they're
said
like,
she would turn into a
yeah.
dentist and rearrange my teeth.
I'm
Yeah.
just saying, I've been in those situations,
Now she doesn't.
A little bit of discipline ain't gonna hurt nobody.
She doesn't really have to discipline her son. Well, he's older now, but he's a good kid. He really is. Her son is a good kid, a very good person. So I don't know.
Yeah, I used to have situations happen where I hear not somebody knocking on my door there in Elms Grove, and then they'll be like, well, and even in Acorn Creek, but in my home, somebody was knocking. There was like 10 kids waiting, calling. They had freaking knives and chains, saying they were looking for my nephew.
Oh,
And I said,
geez.
look, you need to get the hell out of here. And they're like, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. Man, I had to pull out the pipe, whatever weapon I can get, just to get them out of my yard.
Yeah.
I said, you know who y'all messing? Y'all need to leave. Get out of here. Then my brother-in-law and them show up, and the kids are waiting for them at the park there in Elms Grove. So they go. And these kids are like 2 years older than my nephew, so they get in a fight out there.
Yeah.
So how y'all gonna handle this? So they handle it one-on-one, and they fight.
Well, I won't
So
be
they
surprised.
to whenever they're done or whatever, but that's not good.
Well, I won't be surprised if he doesn't hear this show or whatever and start making a another series about me. I don't know. It's going to be short lived because, well, I wasn't really around him that much, but I mean, he has stretched this thing with Tom out so much.
It's
I
just,
I can't even watch it anymore.
I remember, I remember addressing. I seen a video, and he was dealing with a video he had done with him dealing with money or something, and I said something about the video. A long time ago, man. I remember seeing it some another platform, and I commented to that. Not that I had nothing against, it's just the way that the money was, the way they had it set up. So, well, that's not realistic. You got to make it look realistic. You know,
Yeah.
I'm thinking that that's something that him and Tom had done. I don't know. I didn't know him then. But yeah, it's just getting a little bit out of control. Like Rain said, I just thought it was a pot kettle moment when he didn't like the vibe here when Abe was addressing Roach, but then he spent his hour
Yeah.
about that Tom guy.
And that was the night that he was really mad at me because I was watching his show. He had messaged me, asked me if I was going to watch. Okay, I was watching it. Then you came on. Abe, I have two big computer monitors and I have a big TV. Do you know how many shows I watch all at the same time? But because I was on panel with you and talking to you, he said I wasn't paying attention to what he was saying. But yet I was still sending messages in his chat asking questions about what he was doing while I was still on panel here and talking in here. I don't know why. Maybe that's part of autism for me that I can sit there and do that and watch 3 or 4 different shows at the same time and pay attention. I've got all those voices going in my head, in my headset. I know what's happening everywhere. I don't know why I can do it. I just do it. And he kept telling me, you weren't paying attention. Remember, he came over here before he popped on here. He had made
Yeah,
a comment in the chat, something about you stealing me over here or something like that. And you had said something. I said, I wasn't on his show. I wasn't on it. I was in the chat. I was letting it go and I will keep it up. It's like sometimes like when PRT's on, if I'm not feeling well or if I'm sleepy, I'll listen and Josh, man, his voice puts me to sleep. It's so
I
straight.
mean, I was really getting into his shows when he had it come down to the grids and all that stuff. I was
Yeah.
getting into that, but then he just threw me off with just talking about this guy. It's like, man, just let it be and just move forward.
Yeah.
I know sometimes I throw jabs here at Roach Queen from OKC, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
5 years of torment. I don't know how long he's been dealing with Tom Aldos or whatever, but with I've been dealing with a Roach Boy for 5 years. How long has he been dealing with Tom?
Not that long.
Well, I've been dealing with Roach Boy for 5 years.
Yeah. I would say 2 years tops, but he has spent the last almost year talking about him.
I mean, so some of those skits that he does are funny as hell. Like, he's got his little hat on. And he's like, what?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, they're funny. I'll be laughing my ass off, like, oh shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, he makes him look good and stuff. He just some of those things. I'll be watching it. I can't. I guess you got to subscribe or pay some money to join or whatever. But I don't want to pay to listen about no Tom Maltos.
Right. What did he do, Rain? Steve had done shows for him because Tom claims that he is the one that Warner Brothers or whoever else took his script that he wrote about the Immortals and made the Matrix out of it. So Steve had spent his own money traveling from Illinois to Texas to do film a documentary for Tom about this whole thing. And they didn't end up doing it, and Tom was being weird, so Steve ended up spending his own money again to leave and go home. So then he just dropped out of doing Steve shows out of nowhere. Okay. I mean, I don't know. With what Penny did to Susie and I, and what Penny did to me, we did 2 shows because we did 2 shows on her to expose some stuff, but that's it. And then after that, we decided we weren't going to talk about her anymore on the show, period. It's not healthy. It's not healthy to hold that kind of anger and that kind of spite. And at this point, that's what it's gotten to. It's spite. And it's not healthy. But you can't tell him that.
Oh, Gemma.
Lawrence, are you camping out?
Me? It appears so, but nah. I am with my dog. She just knocked over my computer.
Oh, okay.
I got these handmade. These are handmade Damascus steel tomahawks.
Oh, that's nice.
Making sure they're nice and sharp.
Huh.
Yeah, the last time I went camping, it wasn't. It was quite interesting.
Yeah, but Andres, I'm sorry. And I mean, you enjoy listening to the stuff that he does, and that's cool. Don't anybody that watches him stop doing it because of me. Because he just that's what he had jumped me over last time. Said that you guys had stopped watching him because I said something, but that's not true. You guys didn't stop watching him.
I wasn't even aware of any of this when it popped off, so I don't see why there was why he would make the assumption. Sure, like I do watch his stuff from time to time, but it's not always live,
Right?
so I'm not sure why he would assume that. Like I do watch it, and I have been watching some of his shows live. I even comment. Right. Sometimes I don't, or sometimes I just decide to lurk.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I just
I was waiting for him to do a show of the location where the cult was. The occult.
Yeah.
A video of the guy that died. That they found dead out there.
Yes.
I was waiting
And,
to do it on that. You know, that's
and
what
see,
because he said he was going to do that. So that's what I've been waiting for. But I
yeah, see,
haven't.
I thought he was going to do that, and Jason was going to go with him. Missing time. He was going to go with him because he doesn't live that far from him. Because I had told Steve,
That's
don't
what
go
I've been
by
waiting for.
yourself.
Is that kind of interested me, especially when they showed the
Yeah,
video of the person with the robe
yeah,
walking.
and that will be interesting. But I can't comment. So all I can do is sit back and watch. You know. Um. So, but I did tell him. I remember him talking about that, and I told him don't go by himself. And that's when Jason says, "Well, I'll go with." I'm like, "There's a good idea." So, I mean, I'm over here looking at my dog. I had
I
to
just
get
figured
him.
out you could see the comments when you're on here. Oh shoot.
Are you just now seeing that?
Yes, just now. Not this whole time I've always been coming on. I've never been able to read the comments.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I
But
just figured it out, man.
I bought
Wow.
my little guy a new bed, and it's round and it's fluffy and it comes with its own blanket. And the minute I put it down on the bed for him, I was waiting for it to puff up because it came in the, what do they call that, the vacuum seal things. He jumped in that thing and he's been in it ever since. He likes
Like a
it.
little doggy bed like this.
Kind of, yeah. He loves it.
Yeah, she
I'm
still
glad.
sleeps on my pillow, even though I have this. I have to sleep on her bed 'cause she steals my pillow all the time.
Yeah, well, he sleeps on me, on my shoulder. Now, if I'm in the bed, it's a different story. But if I'm not, and I'm sitting in my chair or I'm on the computer, he runs to that little bed and curls up in it, and he's sleeps in it. Sometimes he gets a little chilly, so he has figured out how to get it into the blanket that's attached to it. He
Does he
curls
like
up
to
in
go
there.
under the blankets and stay under there?
Yeah,
I my dog does. I don't know how they can do it, man. It's like claustrophobic under there, under covers like that.
yeah, he does that to me. He'll lay on top of my shoulder, but then in the middle of the night, if it gets cold, he walks down me. So of course I
So
wake up because
he's
I
a
feel it.
small
He
dog
gets
then.
hurt. Yes.
So that it must be a
Yeah.
small dog thing. They love to be under blankets, kind of like cats or something. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yeah,
He's
a
8.5
Chihuahua.
pounds. Yeah.
Uh,
I got a Chihuahua
so I used to have
Pomeranian
a
mix.
Chihuahua. You go underneath the blanket all the time.
Yeah.
She's a Chihuahua Pomeranian
Mine's a, uh-oh.
mix. So that
Mine is a long-haired Russian Chihuahua. He's got a lot of hair. He's got thick hair. As a matter of fact, now I have the groomer shave him down because his hair just got too much for me. And I like it because it doesn't shed. And he doesn't let me brush him. That's the problem.
really?
So he gets mad at. Now, he will go to the groomer and just sit there and just let her brush him. But if I even come towards him with the brush, he starts that little growling and his lip goes up like, I'm going to eat that.
Well,
So,
she likes to brush. She doesn't like her nails cut, so I gotta take her to the groomer because her nails get long sometimes and they bother her. We walk a lot, so I mean, it's like she will not let me do it, and I can't do it. I can't. It stresses me out to try, so I'm gonna have to get that appointment made at a groomer. Now that you mention
my other dog, now he's a Yorkie. He's all tan, completely all tan. Now I keep him shaved down because he has skin allergies.
Aw.
And it's better on him when he is shaved down. They use that sticky stuff in his ears and they take all the hair out of his ears because if they don't, when it starts to grow back, he's constantly scratching his ears. So they go once a month, they get their nails clipped, they get their anal glands extracted, they get their baths, they get haircuts. I've been using the same groomer forever, and they're so happy when they get home. Like they feel so good. They have their bath. They smell good.
They hate it when it's happening, but then they start zooming, doing the zoomies.
Oh yeah. When they come out to the car to come and get my little one, he looks at me and his eyes get big, like, what are you doing? But yeah, I like it. But Abe, I gotta tell you, I don't understand sometimes. I mean, these people that turn on you and Josh and Nellie, You guys are good people. You guys have never done anything to really, truly hurt nobody. And it's the same way with me. I've never done anything to hurt these people. Susie getting mad at me over this whole TV thing, when at first she was gung ho until she found out that every show couldn't be about her. And she got mad at me for telling her the truth and how it was supposed to be. There was rules. And that was a dumb thing to get mad at. But here we are. So I just don't know. I'm like I said, I didn't stress out about it this time. It's like, you know what? She will either come around or she won't. But like I told Steve, that is a her thing. Has nothing to do with me.
Hey, if we can only see everything that's happening in the spiritual world, like 100% with our whole eyes behind every single thing that's going on in our lives, we'd probably be pretty outstanding about the things that are influenced and the way that Satan leads some things to be a roadblock in people's path like that, just to jar people up because you're on the right path and you are good people. It's good people that hurt the most, it seems.
Yeah.
I mean, and not just good people. I mean, people that are truly to their core, 100%. They want to serve others and not themselves, and that's where the best gratification comes from. And that's what we're supposed to do. I wish I could do more for people, and so I can't. So, but I want to be able to. So that's what I strive for, and I don't understand why pointing any kind of animosities towards anybody about a situation. Life's too short, and everything should just be hugged out, man.
That's right.
But there's other things behind it. So
now I'm dealing with this tumor thing. Like I said, at first they were like, well, it looks benign. Then I get a message on my my portal that says, and I don't understand what it means, but it says on there that it's a stage 3 abnormal.
No,
whatever that means.
Yeah, I think we should pray it away in Jesus' name. And
I do every night. Every night I do.
I wasn't aware of that, Brenda. So I will keep doing my prayers for real.
But I deal with that. But see, here's the thing: I have made it through so much in my life, including dying 9 times. And I'm a fighter, and apparently, God said to me, after the last time I was in the hospital, I had every organ in my whole entire stomach swelled 3 times the size it should have been. They were telling me to call my family. They had no idea what was going on. And I didn't feel like I was going to make it. And I prayed that night and I said, Father, if you are done with me on this earth, please take me. I am suffering in pain and I can't do it anymore. Then I had a nurse come into my room the next night that nobody else seen walk in, that she didn't fit a description of anybody. And the woman sat there and talked to me and put her hands on my stomach and told me everything was going to be okay. And then the next day,
was it an angel?
It had to have been, because the next day the doctor walked in and looked at me, folded his arms and said, I don't know what is going on with you, but whatever was wrong with you has gone away and all your levels are all straight again and you can go home. I'm like, yeah, let me out of here. But, I've gone through so much and I will fight this just like I fight anything else.
Well, I'm glad you're here, Brenda.
I keep my head up and I keep pushing forward, because when it is time for me to go, I'm pretty sure I'll know. So
yep,
it's what I do. It's what I've done all of my life. I have spent my life never really being cut a break. So to me, I don't even know what that is.
I don't even want a break anymore. What's a break?
Yeah, I know, right?
It's that point, like, who cares?
Yes.
I mean, it's just, we're all cut from a different cloth, but we all have the same trials and tribulations that made us come to this point here. I mean,
Yeah.
We're,
And I'm gonna tell you, Lawrence, I was listening to one of the books in the Bible. I found it on YouTube and I was listening to it instead of reading it because my eyes are pretty shot. And in that, it had said God takes his children and his strong ones and puts them through this to keep them strong and aware because he knows what we can handle.
yep.
And apparently, I'm an ox because I handle so much crap. I drag so much crap across the field, it ain't even funny.
But it makes you wonder how important you truly are in his eyes and the path that he has out for you. It's
Yeah,
I mean, your job's not done. Abe's job's not done. My job's not
right.
done. Everybody who is speaking right now's job's not done. So let's keep going. And I mean, all of us I know have so much to offer this world, and to touch somebody's heart, and to turn them away from something to let them see the light. I mean,
Yeah. My daughter took this whole approach of when she went to college, not believing in God, not believing in
oh,
anything that's going on in this earth, right?
and it doesn't help
And
college and totally strips you away from it
yes.
even farther.
And I tried to speak with her about things, and every time I tried, she would move farther away. Well, I decided to do something different with her. I wouldn't talk about nothing. I would wait for her to ask. And right now, she's starting to ask. She's asking me questions about chemtrails that she told me 2 years ago I was crazy for talking about it. She's starting to ask me questions now.
Oh, so crazy. In fact, did you tell her that they're painting that stuff in all the Disney movies and cartoons and old shows now to make
We
it
haven't
normalized?
gotten that far yet.
Oh goodness. Oh, yep. Slow
Yeah,
drip. Slow
yeah,
drip. Don't want to make her pass
it's
out.
very slow. I'm waiting for her to bring things to me, and it's working so
That's
far.
awesome though.
You
Yeah,
know.
I'm seeing a lot of people wake up that way though, man. It's almost
Yep.
kind of like, wow, you guys are way behind. Like
Mhm.
way behind schedule. And now I don't feel crazy. I'm like speaking more openly about crazy stuff now than I
Yeah.
used to years ago. Like I wouldn't even talk about the stuff that happened with my wife. And now it's just like I'm at work and I'll be like, yeah, demons
Yeah.
this, demons that. It's becoming, and yet still people want to hold their heads down though. They don't want to pay any
They don't
attention
want
to
to.
it.
They
They don't
want
want
to
to
think.
acknowledge it.
They want to think that their happy little lives that they're leading is what there is in life,
Like,
and
bro, don't
and
plan on
that's
sending your kids to college because in 2 years,
oh
the
God.
world that you know is going to be completely and utterly fucking. Sorry, my friend. It's just, unless people come against it in prayer and change the course of what's going to happen. I'm telling you right now, everybody's going to be waking up to a real reality they're not going to handle. And like
Right.
it says, and I've heard this a lot. People's hearts will fail them for what's coming upon the earth.
Yeah.
That's no joke. I can only imagine. And my heart would fail me knowing that all those kids and children and people and just families perished because they weren't
Yeah.
lack of knowledge.
Yep.
I've gotten people so like talking about it around work that like I have this girl, she was showing me pictures about the people that were chemtrailing, and then it was stills because how they were dispersing throughout the sky and became all clouds and it starts raining. She waited there the whole time and just documented it. Showed me at work. I'm like, holy crap, that's what it looks like. So I seen yesterday that they were chemtrailing. I'm like, it's probably gonna rain in about 1 day or 2 days. Sure
Yes.
enough, it did. I mean, they were everywhere. I'm like, dude, it's gross.
All of the
It's
rain that
gross.
we got, Abe. Do you know that
You
two
can hold a
days
metal detector
before
in the
this?
air; it goes off.
Yeah. 2 days before we got all that rain, outside of my house over here, all over Colleen, it was like a freaking checkerboard. It was so bad. And then we got hit with all of that rain. And these people, look, Mother Nature knows when it needs to rain.
Yeah,
Mother Nature knows when it needs to dry up. Quit playing God. Leave the earth alone. Quit messing with it.
Yeah,
But at this point now, as long as this has been going on, can Mother Nature really do it herself now? I mean, I think they have our seasons so screwed up now
yes.
that, you know, it's enough to confuse everything.
I
Our
mean, it
poor
felt like
trees
fall
don't even know what to
yesterday.
do.
It felt like we were going
Oh,
right
yeah.
back in the fall. The smells
Yep.
and everything. I mean, you don't smell fall in the spring.
Right.
I
And
felt
yeah, it's been we got down to like 54 one day. So now we're back
got
up
down to
in the
34.
80s. We're now back up in the 80s, and then it's going to start dropping again. It's like,
it's
I mean, this
complete
is
garbage,
Texas.
man. We're
We
in
have,
May. If you'd remembered, I don't know if because we're in different states. The last 2 Mays, right before it even hit summer, it was almost 100 degrees. I've never and uncomfortably. I love the heat, but that was uncomfortable because it was like there was no adjusting. We adapt as humans, so we got to like, you know, wean into something, or else we get under the weather. That's why they call it that. We get seasonal allergies, or we get sick or something. I used to get sick twice a year before I stopped telling myself that sickness I could just rebuke it and I won't get sick. I haven't been sick since. I don't go to the doctors because I won't let anybody tell me what they think I have or diagnose me. I will, you know, it's sometimes you got to be careful because they put that on you and you come into agreements with it. But besides that, like, I'm going to tell you something. We all should be drinking high chlorophyll amounts of chlorophyll, like green juice. That is the only way that's going to that's going to stop these freaking. I'm telling you, because what's going to happen is they're going to turn something on. You know what happens when you put tinfoil into a microwave?
oh, yeah. Yeah. You got a nice instant boom, sparking and fire.
Mm-hmm. They also have another thing that whoever got the little jabby jab, that whenever they turn that on,
Yeah.
all those zombie movies you've seen, we'll just put it this way: it's probably going to look like 28 Days Later mixed with a little bit of I Am Legend with Will Smith. And that's not a joke. There's been some people having premonitions about that. I used to have premonitions about that. And I had a feeling when they released that there are nanotechnologies in that shit. It changes your DNA on a molecular level. There's all they have to do is hit the frequency, hit the switch, or the thing mutates in a couple years. It changes because of a frequency. But they have utter complete control of whatever they put in you, not of COVID, but of the damn whatever. So everybody who has that, you're going to start seeing them being more aggressive. You're going to start seeing them act out of character, and you're going to have all the people that didn't do it on this side and all the people that did do it on this side, because they're going to be like supernaturally strong, raging out 28 days later zombies. And because they can't help it, they're being controlled. It's not, and it's a spiritual thing too. And I mean, I hope I'm wrong about this, and I'm not trying to like fear monger or anything. And I don't know the future. Nothing is set in stone, but this is a weapon that they're trying. I'm just saying.
It's
what they're trying to do. It's
Lawrence,
a weapon.
They started using weapons against people in the military. And Abe can tell you, when they go in the military, they take all this stuff and they tell you, oh, you got to have this, you got to have contracts, and you got to have this. And why? Why you got to have that?
That's crazy.
Didn't they, Abe? They would tell you all that crap you had to have.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they were sending signals in the air also to make the frequencies through the satellites and through, I guess, military signal.
Yeah.
The signals that controls the communication and stuff. They were using all that to trigger something within people, which it would make them be different.
You know what? That's kind of crazy because I think they put the same stuff in the 5G towers.
Became more savage, or more like,
right,
more savage, like as in combat, like have like just warriors or savage, like.
And I know a lot of people in the military that have gone around and killed other soldiers and themselves. And these are people that hadn't even really been in that long or seen anything bad. Why is that happening? What are they doing? You know? I mean, it's like when they were looking for Vanessa, they ended up finding skeletal bones, and they ended up being another soldier that had disappeared.
Yeah.
They considered AWOL, you know? And then that just happened again here recently, not too long ago. A soldier had, killed another soldier. What is going and at a Fort Hood? And what is going on? It is one of those things where you got to stay in prayer. You have to stay in faith, period. Because that is the only salvation.
Strong evil is at work there. Very, very, very strong evil within the military and within the shadow governments and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just they're using all of us, soldiers and civilians.
I like when I hear people say that they're slaves. People, we are all slaves to the same system.
Mm-hmm.
All of us.
We can be slaves to the system, but we do not have to be prey to no one.
That's true.
I'll play their little game, but we've already was taught how to get out through Christ. So the game's already been won. Yeah, it's stressful to get through and hard at times. And yeah, I don't do my best all the time either. But you know what? I know where my foundation is, and I know which God I want to serve and that I do serve. So I know what side I'm on. I know where I got to go. I know what has to get cut out of my life and what doorways need to be closed. And I am ever so closely working on completing that. Believe it.
Yeah. And
things are getting real, dude.
Right. And I really do believe that some people are actually taken out of your lives for a reason.
Yeah. My wife was. If my wife wasn't taken out of my life, I would not be who I am now. I'm like a completely different person than who I was. That person is like, I just wish that who I am now is who I was my whole entire life. That is not the case. But that was all part of spiritual growth. And I mean, yeah, it sucks, but you know what? There's a battle, dude. There's a battle going on, and I don't think she would have made it through the battle anyways. And now I think I'm strong enough that I actually can. So I'm just trying to put pieces together. I don't know if that's the case, but something's going on there, and there was purpose behind it because there's always a purpose behind anything. So, I mean, death is not supposed to be so horrible, so tragic. Yes, it is tragic, but it's only tragic if you're going to the second death.
Well, I think that, Abe, Steve and Susie I served a purpose when they were when I was in their lives. And I think that purpose was probably fulfilled. And now this all happened. So I think that they were taken out of my life for a reason.
See, everybody is either put into your life to either learn from you or for you to learn from them. It's just all in the matter of how it goes, I guess. But once that mission is up, sometimes it's crazy how that is. Sometimes people they come and go, but one thing I never thought would came and go was my family. I didn't know I would ever lose my entire family. That's kind of crazy work.
I lost a lot of mine too.
I never knew that I was going to have a second family though, which is awesome. And that's like as long as we can keep running these platforms, you guys are like the second family I have. Really, I mean, I don't talk to anybody about nothing really. I mean, I sit, I listen, I watch, I learn, and
Yeah.
it's just
And
I
now
this
those
time, you
those
know.
people that need to be out of Abe's life that have been hanging on to him, and Abe lives rent free in someone's head for the last 5 years. So, you know,
Right. Almost makes you wonder how many people that we all have lived rent free in somebody's head. Like,
I'm telling you,
dude, you can almost feel it.
yeah,
Like, but then again, that's not always true because some people they'll just go on like nothing ever even happened.
yeah.
Or I don't know because I've never been.
Unfortunately, Abe shares an apartment space in someone's head with Josh and Nellie too, because and Madeline, you guys all share the same apartment, Abe,
At least it's both in. At least it's all in the same state.
in Michael McGee's head.
Yeah, you got issues.
Yeah, they got big issues. Mm, I don't know. So, what do you think, Abe?
Right now,
Yeah,
I'm just here chilling, listening to y'all.
are you looking for your jackpot?
You know what?
But it's not popping.
Ah,
Whenever I get off here, I'm gonna do the same thing Abe's doing.
I got allergies. I think that's why my eyes are itching right now.
yeah. My, I'm on like 3 or 4 different allergy medication, and my eyes still itch and water, and my
I didn't
nose,
get
my head
allergies
is
this
cleared up.
year. I used to get them bad. I didn't have any problems, which is weird. I just thought about that. Holy crap!
They told me most of it. What is it out here? Is it cedar, Abe? I think it is. That most people are allergic
Yeah,
to out
We
here
get
is
them cherry
cedar.
blossom, them trees that get the pink flowers on them. What are they called? Are they cherry blossoms? We get them all over the place, and usually they're like so
Cherry
potent.
blossoms are white with like a deeper purple type
Yeah,
thing in the middle.
I
Uh,
think I was somewhere and somebody was cutting grass and it might have got into the pollen. It might have got into
yeah,
my eyes.
yeah,
Yeah, it's like I'm not worried about the. I'm not worried about that dude. You know, I make fun of him and stuff or whatever, but
yeah,
I'm not worried. Look, the only thing is when people are they're involved together, then they start backstabbing each other. Then they turning each other. That's what I've seen. What I witnessed. When some of the people, I mean, I see from the sidelines, right?
yeah,
How they want to call peace or truce or whatever. But at one point in time, they were part of them because they were friends at one point in time, you know. But I've seen how they turned on PRT. You know
yeah.
that there were supposedly their friends, that there were some of them claimed to be diehard paratroopers,
now, why couldn't they just stick to the subject matter that they're like?
and then they
They're
turn
like,
on them. You know, they turned on them. You know, saying that I mean, Dana Ortega will say she was a diehard paratrooper, that she was going to die a paratrooper. Uh, Larry will say he was a paratrooper. They'll do anything for the for
Did any
PRT.
did anybody tell Dana that they didn't have a parachute big enough for her? Oh,
dude, their
sorry.
freaking intro was burning PRT freaking merchandise. That was the most
Carpenter would
disturbing
say the
thing I've
same
ever
thing
seen.
too. You know, yeah, that's what they would tell me. So they were telling me these things when they were trying to turn Josh, were the one that me and Josh to fight. So all these people were coming after me. You know, paratroopers were coming after me, and all I was doing is just defending myself. You know, that's what
Right,
they didn't understand.
That's weird.
You
They're
know,
like
they don't
crows
understand
inciting a riot.
how Spanish people are. You know, me, I'm the type of person I'll let things slide out. You know, because I really don't focus on them. But when somebody wants to challenge you physically that they're going to do this and this to you, so well, show me you can do
right,
something. You know, because I'm not going to back down away from. You know, that's about when you have no fear, you don't back away from nothing. You know, but then we'll figure it out. But there's certain things there that I've seen that like I don't know, man. I think that what I witnessed, there is people that they get placed to go mess with people on purpose, intentionally.
Right.
And who is doing that? Who is affiliated with these people? Only they know who is affiliated with them.
What are they called? Chills or plants?
No, they're affiliated with them. They pretend they're enemies, but they're affiliated with them.
Well,
So that's what they do. There's their job. That's their dirty work. That's what they do.
That sounds so boring.
It's just like I told you, Abe, that one night it was you and Josh. I think Anthony was up here, and you guys were doing a skit on, the roach camp. And she happened to pop in to see the show. And all of a sudden, apparently, she didn't like what you guys were doing. And then she runs and she tells other people, oh, Abe and all of them, they're demons. They're demons. They have demons. If you go around calling everybody you know a demon, instead of staying here and figuring out what you guys were talking about, then you don't really know what a demon is, because you guys were blowing off steam from people who were harassing you, who basically harassed you guys to death, and she just all of a sudden turned that into you have demons. Eh?
They didn't like it when I made fun of his mother.
Yeah.
He was making fun of my wife, so it's fair play there. All I was doing is giving him a little bit of taste of his own medicine. He didn't like it. Corn on the cob.
Hi, Wedge.
But that dude's a full blown liar, man. He's full of shit.
They waste their energy on.
You can't believe a word that he says, because every word that comes out of his mouth is a freaking lie.
Right.
So, Jessica, if he's telling you you're the prettiest woman in the world, guess what? He was lying to you.
Oh.
I think all of them they all need a deliverance.
You have a bottle of a 1 liter Coca-Cola bottle. He was lying to you. He was thinking about 3 liters. I'm just being honest.
Hi, Woo.
So anything that he ever said to you was a freaking lie. That's all I'm saying. You can't, and you fell for it. I mean, you targeted me and targeted a lot of people for that fool. And he lied to your ass, Then what did he do at the end when you were crying crocodile tears?
Yeah.
What did he do? Dumped your ass. I'm sorry, I'm being truthful.
Right.
So yeah, you can't believe the words of a liar, because that's a habitual. He's going to continue to lie. That's what he's about. Don't lie to his kids, lie to his. I mean,
they'll start believing their own lies. They start believing it, man.
It's a lie. Everything comes out of his mouth is a lie.
Yeah.
But the only thing that speaks truth out of him is when he farts corn on cob. It's about.
I really do wish that people would come to terms with themselves and figure out their mistakes and straighten up. I mean, it's all we can do, right? Is hope that people start heading towards the right path. But
he's used to it. He's used to it. He's used to being a what do you call those? A con artist, a person that is going to play like he's a victim, so people can feel sorry and pity for him, just like he played Jessica, or maybe she knew all along. She was just, I don't know, she was in it for the little mini pictures he was being sent from him. I don't know. But yeah, she had issues too. She ain't no different than him. She literally.
They posted had to be approved by his ass first. So every single picture.
She messed with people. She messed with people because she wanted to mess with people. So yeah, I never bought the crocodile tears. We don't need her in the community. She needs to stay away. After she messed with so many people for a while. Messed with a lot of people.
Yeah, it's pretty sad.
Not to be mean or anything like that, but first of all, the guy that you supposedly fell in love with, that's a nasty ass looking motherfucker.
I know. She could have done better than that.
I
That's
mean,
all I'm saying.
golly, what the hell were you smoking? Were you that depressed? That I mean, you seen him and he looked like, what were you looking at? Were you drunk when you were talking to him on the phone? I mean,
And I don't think he treated her, very well either. And, some women, I will tell you on a woman's point of view, some women don't have a lot of self-esteem. So if any man walks up to him and says the kind words to them, all of a sudden, woohoo, they're head over heels. Okay. But she's worth more than that. And I don't think that anybody in her life has ever told her that. And that may be the problem, I mean, you got to have more self-esteem. You got to stop worrying
this is
about
what it
other
is, and you're
people.
right.
Yeah.
What happened? Her and all the other freaking all ass hags have low self-esteem, and who they target? Sister Nellie, they target Sister Madeline, they target my wife.
Yeah, it's
Because they're
misery
not
loves
happy
company,
the way
dude.
they look. They're not happy with their age. They're not happy because they're obese. So they want to target the people that are trying to do the best for themselves,
Right.
being disrespectful, and that's wrong by itself. I mean, shoot, that old hag Dana Ortega targeted my mother. That's been deceased since 1985.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't like when people, really you shouldn't talk ill of the dead. that is just a
They targeted
number one
brother
rule
Josh
of thumb.
Turner. They targeted brother Josh Turner that way with his mother.
Yeah.
They have nothing to do. You want to target me? Come target me. That's what I said. You want to dance with me, Dirty Ike? Let's dance. I'll show you how Sarncia dances. It ain't gonna be pretty for you, but I'll show you.
Are you going to get those big boots with the big horns?
I'll show you what real boots, stomping boots on the ground is.
Mm-mm.
You're gonna get a rope and
just because you're a and sadly to say, you say you were a mall cop, but I don't think you were a mall cop or mall security. I think you were just a cross guard on the elementaries, crossing the children across the street.
Yeah.
Sadly, that's sad, ain't it?
I don't even think he's capable of that.
He's the hall monitor.
It was a hall. He said he works for the FBI and all he was doing is neighborhood watch.
He was a Boy Scouts when he was a child. Don't let him fool you. That's all it was.
Neighborhood watch. They call him the Duck Bandit.
Wow.
Sister Rain says he's afraid of toothbrush. I'm just saying, man, well, I guess Jessica targeted me because, I talk shit about not your man, because he was never your man. I mean, and that's what you're defended. That's why you come at me in a negative way, because I don't know what the hell you've seen in this guy anyways. That's what I understand.
Andreas, do you have very many people in your life that are like this?
No.
Or is it just us? You don't know, you just ignore them, huh?
If I had any, I just straight up either didn't know they existed or I just didn't care.
Right.
I mean, maybe they had something in common. Maybe that's we got along with her. I mean, he's obese and she was obese.
Possibly.
That's what I'm thinking, but he is one of those guys that likes to take control. Take control over women, and not just take control over women, but disrespect women, kind of like the other fella from the Tales from the Crypt, the same way.
Well, I'll tell you what, I would tear him up.
Yeah, see, you got to take control of yourself first. That's
right.
That's why somebody like that will never be a man, not a true man. Anyways, he might be a male, but he's not a man. I mean, you got men, and you got males.
Jessica, do you care about your children? bringing this guy around your children, in spite of the situation. He didn't want to take a psycho evaluation test.
Yeah, the kids should have actually been the first thing that should have been the priority out of all that. So if they weren't, shame. I mean, that's just as a parent, that's your responsibility. I
I still don't see it, man. Where what you seen anything in this guy? Don't see it. What do you think? Do you think he literally her self esteem was so low that he really had control over her,
Yeah,
or was it all bullshit?
yeah, I do, honestly. I think that she just feels that little of herself that the first person that comes along and shows her any attention, she falls madly in love with them.
When she did the whole freaking crocodile tears freaking live, she actually said that the reason she wasn't sure she was doing that something along those lines being attractive, and she said that she wanted to do the whole outdoors thing like him, and that's what she's been doing. But she wasn't sure if anybody would actually watch. Like, you have more than a few people watching your show, even despite the fact that you were in league with this guy for how long, and people are watching it. Like, I apparently recently I decided to look in on one of those lives where she was outdoors. Uh, I'm not sure if it's
yeah, I get that stuff popping up on my algorithm sometimes, even though I have not even like watched an episode. I just watched the intro when they were burning all the merch, and I was like, I couldn't even get past that. So
yeah, I know.
I couldn't even watch it
I
anymore.
had the same thing happen to me once, and I even made sure when the few times he actually did pop up, because I was too busy looking at his crap to see what he posted. For some reason, he popped back on, despite the fact I deleted him off of my searchers. His algorithm fed back into mine for some reason. And apparently, Mike decided to insult her in some sense using his AI profile. Apparently, he forgot to log out or change profiles again.
Yeah, that's what he does. So if you're listening, Jessica, since you were part of the Roach clan at one point in time, I just want to ask you a serious question here. I want to know what you seen in this guy, because I don't get it. And here he is.
Yeah, you could have been a part of the cool club.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I almost like struck my computer with this axe right now. I almost just had to buy a new one. Holy shit. Oh,
What is it you seen in this guy? That's what I want to know. What the hell were you smoking? Or were you doing something you're not supposed to do? Well, you're in the influence of narcotics. I mean,
I'm gonna profile him. He looks like he made a lot of bad decisions, had kids, and then really like all the bad decisions that he's made in his life. Hadn't been a really good father either, and you can obviously tell by the way he looks. That's you are what you eat, if in a ways, you know what I mean. He looks like shit.
It seems like the roaches are living in his head. Like they're crawling in his brain and stuff. And I mean, I don't know. I don't get it. This is a man that you went up against me, against a lot of people with fake profiles, defending this piece of shit.
Man, he should have been spending more time trying to get more acquainted with his own children.
I mean, it literally looks like a piece of crap. I'm just saying. I don't know. This is your man that you were defending, that you're in love, that you're crying crocodile tears. That's my man. Nobody gonna be talking about my man.
Wow.
What the hell are you smoking? Were you that blind? Do you need a new prescription on your glasses? There is one nasty looking mother.
Yeah.
Effort.
Yep.
This guy, you see how he's got his mouth? This side of the mouth is that's the side of the mouth that we used to say, no, mommy, no, mommy, no. No, mommy, no, mommy, no. That's the same mouth, Jessica, that lied to you, saying that you're a pretty woman. Look at even his eyes looking to the right. If it would make it would go to either, it would go to the, what's that guy's name? They used to be with Jerry Springer. Steve. He would go to Steve Wilkos show. Steve Wilkos show, probably grab and throw him off the stage. Get the fuck out of my show. You piece of shit. You run him off.
Wow.
I wouldn't mind seeing him on the Steve Wilkos show. Jessica doing the Cracker Towel tears. Look at that piece of. Let me get him off out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, he definitely looks like his mama dropped him a couple of times on his face. Yeah.
He's someone, those teeth is either lack of personal hygiene or he's smoking that pipe. One of the two. Wow. Something. He's drinking the palm water from Oklahoma. Something ain't right.
Nope. You know that you just hit your 3-hour mark, Ed.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's barely 2:21. Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, he said a lot of, and she was part of that dude. She was doing the dirty work for him. So I have no pity for her. When she was doing the crocodile tears, I was laughing my ass off over here. I ain't gonna lie. I wasn't buying that crap. I mean, before she did that, she had ragged on Sister Madeline for about a whole month. Talking all kinds of bad stuff with her, about her with Fat Titty Cuffington. A whole month that they messed with Sister Madeline. Then she want to come out of the blue saying that she's going to reveal something about Dirty Eye. Shit, we already fucking know he's a piece of shit. Nothing to reveal there.
Tell us something we don't know.
Then, especially when she started doing the crocodile tears, I was like, man, get the hell out of here. I logged. I was like, hey, didn't want to see that crap. About it. Wasn't she saying that was her man?
Yeah, I believe so.
Talking about that he cost her job, calling her to work every hour of the hour or something like that.
Yeah, see, no man would.
What? Oh my gosh, no.
Yeah, she just let him
real.
totally consume her life. Yeah.
Nope.
I mean,
nope.
I mean, there's other Taco Bells you can work at, you know, but I know this Taco Bell I don't know what job she worked, you know.
She looks like she would work at Taco Bell.
Where do you think she worked at, Sister Brenda?
I think Taco Bell. That she looks like a Taco Bell worker. I mean, she fits the profile.
Maybe she may have been a fast food worker.
McDonald's. There you go.
Ew.
She worked. You know why she worked at McDonald's? Because of the M. She thought it stood for Mike. So Mikey told her that she's the owner of all the McDonald's.
Oh my god.
Mike,
dude.
Mike
there you go.
And he said he was a saint because he's a golden arch.
Oh my god. Oh.
Oh my
I probably
god.
believed it too. He's like, yeah, 30. I loved him. He gave me all the Happy Meals I wanted.
Well,
Happy.
maybe
What freaking meal is happy? Why do they call it a happy meal?
they're happy you're eating their crap.
Oh gosh, that's disgusting.
Tell them about Taco Bell, Sister Brenda.
Back
Yeah.
in the 80s, McDonald's was good.
Are you a Taco Bell lover, Lawrence?
No, I don't eat fast food. I don't even touch. Nope.
Tell them what you
I
told
eat
me
steak
about
every
Taco
day.
Bell.
I had a friend that used to drive a truck, and his job was to go to the distribution places and pick up the meat and take the meat to the Taco Bells.
Oh God.
And one day he had to use the bathroom, so he went inside their facility. And come to find out, their meat all comes down a conveyor and it goes into the bags. And so when he walked by, he looked up at the conveyor belt. And he seen a bunch of rats and mice jumping on there to grab the meat and leaving. And you know, mice pee and poop anytime they run around anywhere.
Dude, I just know last time I ate Taco Bell, I got really sick, and this was years ago, and I never touched it. And then now what's coming out now, of course, I won't even go there to get McDonald's coffee anymore, and I love McDonald's coffee.
No, I won't go to McDonald's either. McDonald's is bad. But you know, one day I said to him, I want to go get Taco Bell. He goes, "Ooh, you eat Mickey meat?" And I said, "What?"
Mickey meat.
And that's when he told me about it. And I was like, "Oh, okay, never mind, no Taco Bell." And I haven't eaten Taco Bell since. I don't eat Taco Bell. I don't eat McDonald's. I don't eat Wendy's. I don't eat Burger King. I will not touch
the meat you're talking about. It's the meat that's the one that comes on the shell tacos, right? That's the one. Because the other meat, they got steak meat. That's different.
Yeah, I don't know if I trust that.
I think the one you're talking about
either.
That might be the mice and rats that were on the
God.
conveyor belt that got caught.
Oh man.
I eat steak every day. I have to share most of it with this dog, but that we eat good. We don't eat garbage. I don't even like feeding her dog food because of the way they make that.
See, now my dog food that I buy for my little ones, it's expensive. And it has no grain, it has no gluten, it has none of that stuff. It is pure chicken, sweet potato, and pumpkin, and that is it. But you know,
I know if we all had time to prep, we can make like chicken, long grain rice, and like some greens and stuff for us and our animals. I mean, we all eat the same thing.
My dogs eat. I make him boiled chicken. They have boiled chicken.
Yeah.
Every day, that's what they get. I buy the chicken breast strips and put them into the strips, and I boil them up, and they get boiled chicken. So my dog sometimes eats better than I do. So,
do you give them feed them eggs and stuff for their coats?
A little bit sometimes. My little one doesn't really care for eggs. He's really finicky. But because when he was being raised in Russia, apparently Russians, that's what they feed their dogs is boiled meat, chicken. They feed them, people food.
Yeah, they cook it down, man. They I was watching a guy on YouTube do it that was Russian.
Yeah.
I want to show y'all something, brothers and sisters.
Okay.
This is from Facebook. It's from one of my cousins that somebody put something in their yard. You know, when we talk about witchcraft and necromancy.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Check this out.
Jim, what are you doing, baby?
What is that?
Whoa, no. Is that? Oh yeah, man. That's a freaking disgusting.
Snake?
No, that's a little doll. That's a little
Santa Muerte.
Yeah, Santa Muerte. It's about that time too, isn't
it?
Isn't it?
Look what she put up on there. She put somebody can tell me what this is supposed to be or do. Found it in my friend's outside bedroom window this morning. Plus, this is the second one we have found different color too.
Oh wow!
So, the colors are real big too in Santeria. Yeah, dude, it's around that time. They need to.
That's crazy. They put it in the aloe vera plant.
Who your cousin did?
Yeah, this is she found that her cousin, one of her friends outside her bedroom window.
Oh, it's no bueno. So I guess that kind of
this is Santa Muerte. Like somebody probably put a hex on that and put it in the yard, so the Santa Muerte will come mess with them at their house.
Wow.
Generally, the witchcraft stuff is very real down there in the Rio Grande Valley. People be doing some crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Like, or putting those little ampules with perfume or little bottles with stuff in it with hair and stuff, planted it in your garden or in your plants. You know how cousin Jesse spoke about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, that's just a little figure. I've seen the big figures that look like that. You know, the picture that I got at the park in Elms Grove. But that's
Mhm.
messed up, ain't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Um, I did have a question about something though. That has something to do with stuff placed like that. I was talking about it earlier when I said that before the stuff happened with my wife. Um, I don't know if it was me or her that found it, but I know we looked at it together. But there was something. I guess one of her friends was staying there. I don't know if there was anybody else over or whatever, but her friend left some stuff behind, and I don't even know if it was hers, to be honest with you. But and this is something that was found before everything kind of like went like real quick. Okay, I don't think I attribute it to that, but I just never was able to place it, and I didn't know why it was where it was. So if anybody can help tell me what this is, it was a glass jar that was sealed with wax. Inside of it was a feather, some stuff, some hair wrapped in something. There was some kind of picture. There was items placed in this jar, and I mean, it was like, yeah, this looks like weird stuff, right? I know what it is now, but I mean, does anybody know the significance of that? And uh, is that something that somebody would leave uh, just like that? Because I do know a certain witch who liked to leave conduits or little idols. So she has a direct conduit between whatever that thing and whatever she's doing. She would be placing this stuff all over my job, my friend's house, everywhere. And the stuff actually did a lot of damage. I mean, it's if you don't know what's going on, you can get hurt. And I had a friend that because of the stuff that she had got, she went through some things. She went through a rehab thing. Nobody even knew she was going through a problem. She came out of that. Was sober. Went with her parents on a golf cart trip, and the golf cart ran over her head twice. She had to relearn everything again. Didn't even know she was even gonna be alive anymore. You know, and she'll never be the same. She'll never look the same. But she did, by the blessings of God, she did make it, and she's able to talk, but you know some of her face is paralyzed. But dude, they didn't know that could have went so many ways, and she was the last person that received some of these artifacts that this witch made, these stone and gem bracelets and stuff, all this natural stuff. She used to make all kinds of bracelets and she would have me sell them, right? And when I'd sell them at work, it seemed like all the female workers there, not the guys, but the females, they started going crazy over it. Like, oh, did you bring them? Did you bring them? It'd be a big thing, and it was unusual, like really unusual, and a lot of it sold. I sold a lot of it. I sold a lot of that. It was surprising. I had no idea. I would take it to work, and I had to stop taking it to work because it started getting annoying. And when a buddy of mine was telling me that the one thing I gave him, he took it off, threw it out the window because he was having the worst luck when he started putting it on. All these bad things happened the second he took it off. His life went back, like it seemed like everything like lifted. He's like, dude, there's something wrong with it, and it's like knowing what I know now. So what kind of talisman would that be? Somebody leaving items like that in a glass jar with certain peculiar things in it. I don't remember exactly what all of them are, but I know they were weird. And I know it was a little jar covering hair with the weird shit. Hair info, target spell with feathers
Yeah,
to speed up the intention of the. Thank you. I knew someone was. We have the smartest freaking audience.
yeah. I was about to say I gotta agree with Rain. That sounds like some kind of spell.
Yep.
The freaking
Hey,
witch,
see,
and that's
that's
usually
crazy.
with a freaking brujas.
Now, what kind of spell? What kind of spell do you think somebody? I don't know the situation. I don't. What do you think
But
they were
most
trying?
likely, it's built to make you sick, or either sick or bonded.
Um,
Keep you confused. They like to mess with the mind.
I'm almost wondering if whoever that was assigned to plant that there, and I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me because like I said, I mean, ever since I was a baby, there was a thing that had happened to me where my family was having a party, and I guess I think I told the story before, but my father walked into my crib and there was a woman standing over me. And that's all I'm going to say. Nobody knew who she was. No, I might not have told this, actually. Maybe I should shut up. I should be quiet. I shouldn't tell this story. Yeah, because it's a little too much. Yeah. We'll just say that another family member of mine, the same thing happened to him, and it was like, okay, I'll just do it, whatever. Okay, so there was an unknown woman in my room, and she had her mouth where it shouldn't have been, and it was. My dad was like, "Who are you?" And she smiled at him and walked out the door, and he went to chase after her, and she was gone. The same thing happened to my friend, and it was he described her as a very, very attractive blonde, almost to the T description of the one that I had the dream about that molested me in my dream, and I woke up and it was still it was actually really doing that while I was awake.
How you doing, brother Josh?
Like I said, that creature, it's really it's really done a number on a lot of people, and I almost wonder if like those things are markings, like to mark somebody and to leave stuff like that is to make is to target somebody. But see,
Yeah.
that's the thing is I don't understand why and what set it off like that, because this person that I know of had no ties in my life. The first time I ever met her, and I don't even, like I said, I don't even know if it was her stuff that was left downstairs. Could have been somebody else's. I don't know. But it was weird. It was weird that it was left there. I even asked her, I said, "Is your friend into weird stuff?" And she said, "Not that I know of." I was like, "Okay, so where did this come from?" I would have taken it more seriously if I was more experienced like I am now, I guess, and what I know. But I didn't even know if black magic was the real deal back then until I actually seen it firsthand. I mean,
Oh yeah, that's been something that's been around for a very long time.
I figured, but I just didn't know it was like what it was. I mean,
Oh, it's bad, man.
dude, it is
And
bad.
then
Yeah,
where I
no
come
joke.
from, man, it's crazy, man.
And the problem is sometimes you start seeing it affect people around you, and you can't do nothing about it. I mean, you can pray about it, but I've had a lot of people. I've had a lot of people around me that I cared about. Just a lot happened to them because of dark magic, and I mean, the problem. I mean, if you guys want me to be really honest about something, I could disclose this for the first time ever, and tell you guys the truth about this magic shit and this witch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the witch that did this magic used got pregnant with my child and used our child as a blood sacrifice to do this death magic on everybody and everybody that it was affiliated with to cause as much harm and damage as they could. That's what it was.
Dang.
But the female was not a female because there was no human spirit in that body. It was just a vessel for many different things, and on many of which not only Nephilim spirits, but also if you know what a Lalitu is, one of those things. Um, I've never seen anything like it. I almost wonder, like, when you see these people that they look totally different, like, you know, in the Hollywood and stuff like that, and it's like these things they come in agreements with them just suck everything out of them. I know everybody can joke and say, "Oh, they don't got their adrenochrome to drink, so they're losing their freaking power or whatever." The thing is that evil, that entity is feeding on them, and that's why they look so different. A lot of them, if they're not the ones that have been replaced. But you see these people that are doing all these weird things, like that girl that does that stuff for Wicked, or that Wizard of Oz thing, how their fingers
Well,
grow, how they get all
Lawrence,
long.
Lawrence, you've seen, obviously everybody here at one point in time has seen The Exorcist, right?
I I did, yeah. I don't think I really
Okay.
like
Well,
got
here's
into
the
it to where
thing.
it scared the shit out of me because I think I watched bits and pieces, but I never really was comfortable watching it. But I did watch the remake.
Well, here's the thing.
That's
Okay.
good though.
When you have a demonic entity inside of you, you do change. I
Yeah,
mean, and they tell us this stuff in movies, and I think The Exorcist
yeah.
was one good example of that. Your
I'm
face
telling you.
changes, your attitude changes, your eyes. I've seen people just walking around the store shopping, and they're just like, I don't even know where they come from. They're like dead inside, you know? They're just there. They're not really, they're, I don't know. I just get the sense that some people are just, like you said, a shell, you know?
So, do you guys want to hear a really serious encounter that I had with my wife about something that did that to me and made me look different? Completely different, to the point where when I realized what was happening, I felt it go in my body and I felt it dislocate my jaw and change my appearance, and it hurt. Um, I can tell you about that if you guys want to hear a portion of the stuff I went through with my wife. I have not really talked about much of it, but I can tell you that that was probably the worst creature I've ever seen. And we'll just say that this entity is something me and my wife seen with our eyes, and it looked when it moved, it was so fast, it almost looked like heat waves coming off of the road. Like if you're driving down a road in Arizona, you see them heat waves and stuff. It looked like that, but it was moving fast. And when you seen it with your physical eyes, that's what it looked like. But when you looked at it in your spirit, in your mind, it looked like a wraith covered in tattered clothes with these. Oh my gosh, and it's told that it was something that is put in the pits, and not even like strong entities like to deal with this thing because this thing is so old and so unstable. They call it like a juggernaut. Okay, and I didn't even know what was happening until it happened. So do you guys want me to tell that story? This is gonna be a lot. I ain't never talked about this ever to anybody, but that happened to me with changing physical appearance.
Go ahead, brother.
All right.
Sure.
God.
Okay, we got something here from Brother Josh Turner. Brother Wolf. He says these people are eating from the inside out, much like bugs that have parasites that take
Yeah.
over and pilot them.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. So this is gonna cut right into whenever me and my family was full fledged going through what was like the petting zoo, like your haunted house was a petting zoo or the equivalent of. Because I mean, our house wasn't haunted. It's just when this stuff was going on, I was even told exactly what was going to come, and I've heard mimics. I mean, from the kids to the neighbors to me and her, we would all have experiences together to the point where sometimes we'd have to sleep in the same bed together. Even me, and that's exactly what was going on. Me and my wife was sleeping with our daughter, right? Because it's just weird crap was happening, and uh, I know it had a lot to do with this creature that killed my wife, and how she was trying to pretty much break my will and get me out of the picture as fast as she could, but I just wasn't going. There's a lot to what I just said there, but it's complicated. Um, one day maybe it'll come full circle, but we were getting ready to go to bed, and as we were laying down, I fall asleep. And I start having these terrible dreams. I start dreaming I'm burning in hell, man. I start dreaming about all this stuff that's torturing me, ripping me apart. I'm getting drugged down this tunnel, and like all I see is the walls of this rocky cavern that's just illuminated with this orange and yellow glow, the fire that's down there, and long story short, I woke up from it, and my I'm just gonna say that my wife started acting differently, and my daughter woke up and she had caught it. I'm not gonna get into what happened, but we'll just say that that entity that I'm gonna tell you that went inside me tried to get inside her first. Um, the weirdest thing whenever you hear a male voice come out of your wife when your wife's in the bathroom, um, and you're sitting there with your little 8-year-old daughter, and your 8-year-old daughter totally knows what's going on. She said, "That's one of those things, isn't it?" And I said, "Yes, that's one of those things. Just, it's not your mom. Just don't pay any attention. Just don't listen to what she says. If she says anything, just don't listen. Because, I mean, mean stuff would come out of her mouth. Not going to say any words, but it was, needless to say, in that short amount of period, the next day, whenever that was settled up, I woke up. I was really sick. Throughout the day, it started looking like I started losing all this weight. I weighed myself. I've lost 25 pounds, 25 pounds overnight. My right knee started swelling up like really bad, like out of nowhere. I'm like, what is happening? And my ankles started, they had all these bruisings around my ankles or whatever. I don't know what was happening, but I looked like I was dying of cancer, and it was weird. So fast forward a little bit. My wife went out for the day. She was going to take care of some stuff. Um, she didn't even remember the thing that happened that night. I like I said, I'm not going to go into detail because it's pretty messed up. But I would find out that that was the thing that was inside her. Now it was, dude, this thing was eating off me. I don't know what or where. This is out of left field. So I didn't feel good. I decided to stay in bed a little bit, and I'm playing on my phone, and I'm sitting there. I'm watching the neighbor girl, and I'm watching our daughter, and they're playing or whatever, and they're hanging out with me because they love hanging out with me, and the neighbor girl really loves talking with me because it's just, I don't know. They both, okay. The neighbor girl really doesn't have a father figure in her life, so it's kind of like she really was like the first thing that she would say when she'd see me was tell me about her day, and I would listen. They were cool kids, man. But they were sitting there, they were hanging out with me, and we were talking, and I said, "Hey, are we having a lot of fun or whatever?" And I was like, "Why don't you guys go downstairs and play or whatever? I'm gonna try to get some sleep. I don't feel really well." And they were just trying to really hang around me because they said I didn't look very good. They were both worried about me, and the neighbor girl was actually starting to get very scared. She started telling my daughter that there's something wrong with him. He doesn't look right. He looks very sick. He looks very ill. I'm scared. I don't want to be here anymore. I want to go home. And she had went home. She felt something. Okay. There's more to what she said, but we'll just leave it at that. That she knew something was there. She's seen it inside me. She wasn't comfortable, so she left and went home. Well, I thought she did. I don't know. They both went downstairs. Because the next thing that would happen was confusing to even me. So I'm sitting there after they go downstairs. I think I'm watching something or I'm playing a game on my phone at this time, and I'm like sitting like this way on my bed, and I go to look like this, and I see a little girl at the edge of my bed, but I didn't like see the whole body. I just caught like the top and like the bottom, and she had a white shirt on with or no, I'm sorry, she had a pink shirt on with white flowers. They had like three little petals, little flower drawings on there, and she had like a little white dress or skirt or whatever on. But when I looked up, there was no head. Okay, and then I rose up and I screamed. I'm like, ah! I freaked out. And then when I there was nothing there. I'm like, what did I just see? Because I seen the clothes, I seen the patterns on the clothes and everything, right? And I thought it was one of them because I even started talking to her. I said, "Hey, girl, didn't I tell you guys to go downstairs? What are you doing? You scared me." When I noticed what I was talking to and looking at, I'm like, "What the heck?" Then after that, I don't remember anything else up until this point. And this is all told to me third person. Okay, this is what I guess I did afterwards. My wife came home. with the people that she was with. I was very, very, very rude to the people that said hi to me. How are you doing? And I must have told them to go F themselves and F off. And I had walked upstairs. I guess I looked at my wife. I guess I smirked at her, shook my head, and then went upstairs. And then I guess I sat on the bed in darkness. Don't remember any of this. Shortly after, she had come upstairs. And as soon as she went to come around the corner, she said this to me. She said, as soon as I hit them steps, as soon as I got close to that room, whoom, she was hit with this wall of energy that blew her back. And she said, whoa. She came in and looked at me and she says, Larry, there is something not good in there with you right now. What is going on? And I just turned, I guess I must just turn and looked at her. And I just smiled. I didn't even say anything to her. And she was terrified of me. She said it was the first time I ever made her uncomfortable, that I ever put her in a position of feeling threatened. And I didn't say a word. I just looked at her. But what was looking at her wasn't her. They said what my face looked like. My bottom jaw was outstretched like a piranha. It was dislocated. They said my eyes were very dark. They said my presence was like so masculine, it made them want to just cower. It felt like I was an over domineering thing that you do not want to mess with. And it's just, this is her words. I think the next thing that she told me, soon after that, I came downstairs. I took one of the seats from the kitchen table and I set it inside. We had a pantry that goes inside the wall, and I had set it inside there, and I had sat down in a pantry. Just sat there. And then she kept coming in saying, what are you doing? What are you doing? And I kept in a very, very, very smooth voice. I guess I said, I'm just sitting here contemplating about things about life, about how funny it is and about how trivial it is watching you people just do your things and think that everybody around you isn't miserable as all hell. And then like she's like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, I guess I sat down. I said, you know what I'm talking about. I was like, nothing matters anymore, and nothing's gonna work out anymore. You understand that? And she's like, what are you talking about? What are you saying? I'm like, I'm telling you that. And I said, F-U-C-K God, and F-U-C-K you too, you B-I-T-C-H. I said, why don't you just go do the world a favor and go kill yourself? Maybe I should go kill myself and do the world a favor. I would be better off to do that. Right then and there, she knew. She's like, that's something's wrong. And no, I have never been possessed or had an entity inside me. I didn't even know what was going on. And then I guess wrapping it up, she tried to talk that out of me, right? And then next thing you know, I'm me. I'm sitting there. She's across from me. I start talking normal and say, hey, so something about whatever. I'm like, when did you guys get back? And she said, Larry. I'm like, yeah. I was like, what's going on? What's wrong? And I'm like, don't you know what's going on? I'm like, I was like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on because why am I here? I was so disoriented and confused. And then I started telling her about this little girl that I seen. And then when I started talking about it, it started coming back to me. This thing that portrayed itself as a little girl was this entity, and it went inside me. Okay. And it must have just, dude, I don't understand. It totally like kicked me out. I had no memory of it. Like, has anybody experienced that, being of possession, not remembering it? Like when you drink and stuff, you don't remember stuff. It's kind of like that. You know what I mean? Like a blackout. So when we were talking, we felt, again, the presence of this thing that would enter the room, and the other person that she was with was sitting in the living room. He didn't make a sound. He didn't move. He didn't say anything. He sat there. We asked him later, well, what was going on when he saw everything go down the way it was about to go down. He said, well, I didn't know what you guys were doing, but he said, I felt something not very good in this house. And I didn't know what you guys were talking about in the kitchen, but when you guys ran out of the house, that thing ran out with you and I felt it. So here's what about happened. We were talking and she was, bringing me back to my state of mind. And I felt this thing's hand grab my shirt and I felt it try to reach and open my mouth and it went down my throat. Like it opened my mouth with its hand and pulled my jaw and went down my throat. And I said, oh my God, it's trying to get in me. I'm like, help. And I'm standing up and I'm pulling at my clothes and I felt it. It hurt when it went inside me. I felt it. It made my joints and bones discontort and it made me taller and my jaw protruded out and I felt it. I felt all of it. And I said, oh no, God help me. And then it came out. We got up, we ran out the door. And as we're running out the door, we're screaming because this thing, I don't know if she can see it, but this thing is still, it's clawing at my back, trying to get me as we're running down the road. I mean, it tore ass after me and until it just stopped happening. And then after soon we went back to the house. But before, oh my gosh, when we went back in the house, we went back in the kitchen and we started talking, man, we were like, what are we going to do? Because I didn't know what to do because I've never experienced anything like that in my life. And I never had that happen to me. So when we were talking about how your looks changed, they said I looked like an entirely different person with excluding a different entire aura and energy that was not of this world. Something that was not even that makes that thing that killed my wife look like a squeaky toy. We'll just put it that way. So it didn't stick around very long, but it was enough to make us go stay at a hotel for 3 freaking nights. Okay. And we had to take the kids and take them to their mom's house while we did such. Because I forgot to mention too, but I didn't even bring up the part when we were discussing this in the morning that this thing went inside our little 2-year-old boy and started making, I can't even get into it, but we'll just say that's kind of like the experience that I had with something like that. I don't know what it was. I know it was a little bit older than other things. But it certainly it caused a lot of fear. Okay, that's the biggest thing, is it caused so much fear and division. That's when everything started pulling apart indefinitely. It was because of that, and there was so much fear. And at the time, I didn't have the knowledge I had.
Was there also, besides the fear, there was arguing also? Beyond
and stuff that you can imagine.
What happens is when things like that are happening, it attracts the negativity to your house. So you probably had all kinds of things happening at once. It was because if you and your wife were arguing, then it was bonding both of you all. So
at that time, we weren't arguing or like fighting or anything like that. We were just like.
But when those things were happening,
when that thing was inside me, it was saying those things and saying those nasty things to her. I wasn't saying no. I would never argue. I stopped arguing with my wife like a long time ago when I knew I couldn't win. I know that's only light of things, but seriously, I didn't argue with her very much. And in fact, there towards the end, that thing that was inside her would get so mad at me because whenever she would do stuff and she would know that I knew what she did, this thing would be like, "What? If you don't start fighting with me, I'm gonna make you fight with me. We're gonna have problems." I mean, this stuff it tore our relationship apart, unlike I've ever seen anything happen. I just don't understand.
So it was using you and making you change to affect the relationship.
It was trying to get me to a point to not be because I had this thing that happened where before this even went down, I had a near-death experience. And when that happened, I changed my life. I changed my life. I looked at myself and seen the things that I thought were okay had to go. I looked at myself and seen all the flaws that I'd never seen before. And I seen all the things that somebody else, like other people, just want out of me. And I started, like, God knocked on my door for real. And I mean, he was knocking on my door before that even happened. I just so happened to have a near-death experience, and that is why what changed my life. And I quit doing any kind of drugs or anything. I never did any drugs or drank after that ever. I completely was able to control anxiety and depression. I never had that anymore. I was able to be calm. I was able to work out me and her's problems. She was so happy with me to a point because all the things that she just wanted out of me, I was finally doing. And that's the thing, is this thing really tried to get me to drop my guard, and it just couldn't break me, but it did. It broke me eventually. It really did. And the one thing that could have stopped this all is if I would have had the knowledge to know that my authority and what, you know, Christ says we have in him. And I mean, at the time, I mean, I was screwed up anyways. I didn't have any love foundation. I had unforgiveness. I was this totally different person. I just on my way to being who I am now. We'll just say it like that. But I had already made the change, and I already completely transformed into a different person. They just didn't see. Here's the thing is that's why I had the near-death experience, because they did not want me to be alive. Because if I was alive, that means that my son would have a father. So since they couldn't kill my son, like twice he was supposed to die in the womb, he didn't. Since they couldn't kill my son, they couldn't kill me. The next thing they did kill was my wife. The next thing they were supposed to do to take out after my wife was me, but I'm still here. Which almost wasn't the fact 2 years ago when I was with the witch who I told you was doing the dark magic with the blood ritual. And the only reason that even went down is because this woman, for some reason, was at the unexpected place at unexpected time, and just so happened to have the same story I had as far as what happened to our fiancés, to the point where we would find out that she met my fiance 3 months before my fiance killed herself or was murdered, and other things that I really don't want to talk about right now. But we'll just say that her fiance was the same age as me and had the same initials as me, and also like oddly weird how these creatures play chess with human beings like they do, and they're so good at it too. They're so good because they know how your life is supposed to be placed, and they place some things there. Now, just the weird stuff that should have never made sense when it came to meeting that woman, and was the only person who I actually got into a relationship with after my wife passed. Happened to be that witch, and that's where I got the video from. So that's kind of how the whole story's coming out now a little bit. Well, she got pregnant, but she got pregnant on purpose. Okay, and I was in a place of just, at this point in time, I was in a very bad place where any decision that I was going to make was going to be the decision that really took me where I was going to go. And all I was trying to do was get out of where I was at, get another place. It was so damn hot that day. It was the beginning of May. It was those days we were talking about. It was so freaking hot. It was unbearable. I had to go to a buddy of mine's house who was friends with my wife to take refuge, the air conditioner, so I could finish filling out these paperwork to this apartment, this house or whatever. And that's where I met this woman. Nobody's ever seen her before. And she just came out of nowhere. And the whole time I was there, she tried to get my attention. And what did is when I took my shirt off, had my tank top on, she realized I had the same exact tattoo that she did. That's what the conversation started. But I really was much for conversation until everybody went to sleep. And then she came up and sat beside me on the couch, just trying to come in my bubble, and I like was on my phone, and I was like, "Hi, how you doing?" She's like, "Hey, well, everybody's asleep, and you're up, so you want to go out and have a conversation?" I said, "Yeah." And that's when I found out that her husband did the same thing that my wife did, under the same pretenses of the story that as it goes, that I can't discuss here, but that's pretty much that. So I guess if dark magic is responsible for some stuff that went down, for some targeting or for some kind of opening to happen with what happened with my house before the shit went off, I'm just saying, man, that's where what I know now and didn't know then. I could have picked that up, and maybe I could have had some kind of defense against it. I didn't know. I touched it and everything. I looked at everything. I didn't know what the heck it was. But yeah, man, that's it.
Rain said that a lot of times they watch you in silence and they learn about you and your whole life, which that's true.
Oh yeah, they do. Oh yeah, the little monitoring spirits. Yeah. Yep.
Lawrence, how did you think the little girl even managed to enter your home? Was there somebody who planted something in your house?
Yeah, it was the demonic spirit that killed my wife.
Yeah, but how did it even get in? Because some of these entities
those doorways were so open, brother. If you would have knew the things that I've seen, there was a mimic, there was a succubus, there was a juggernaut. There were weird things that happened all the time to all of us, and there were different spirits, and there was, before that even happened, there was what I call the harbinger, who came to me and had a conversation with me and told me about everything that was going to even happen, especially to my wife, my kids, and me. And he said he pretty much, that's what I call him, the harbinger, because he was there to not to harm or to do anything, but to get the pleasure of telling me this stuff, to feel the pain and reaction that I go through. And that's what he is. And he warned me about this stuff, and he wasn't lying. And then shortly thereafter, but that's I've told that story, I think, before about him. I think I told that on Abe's on the first time I was on Abe's show, about the harbinger, about the thing that told me everything that he said, it came true almost. That's unfortunate, but not everything. And even though the one thing he was talking about was the thing that I could stop it is calling upon Jesus and really, really having a deliverance. And I tried to get everybody to go to church, and I tried everybody to. It's just, there was a lot. It's a lot. It's just that's why, like, man, us warriors that go through things like this, now we can take that pain, that trauma we went through, and help other people that are going through that same stuff right now. And they're out there, man. I just ran into somebody at the freaking at Deer Creek who was going through some stuff with probably the same thing, and it involves kids. And I mean, he was a veteran, and because of this stuff, he doesn't want to be alive, and he expressed it to a person wholeheartedly, doesn't even know me, and now he has somebody that he could talk to. It's like, this kind of stuff is we are like we go through shit so we can help people that are about to go through shit. And that's why that's where, Brenda, you're important. Abe, you're important. Hopefully I'll be important someday. I mean, we all have something we can put forward for God, and he has a path for us all, man. So I'm in it. I'm all for it. Let's go. I mean, they started this shit, so let's why not? I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Da, 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 da.
Yeah,
Right.
sometimes.
I mean, they already did. You already took everything away from me. I just want to help other people.
There's obstacles that come your way to try to throw you track from your path, you know. Kind of
so
like
much too, man. So it's still to this day, it happens every day. If you pay attention, those hurdles happen every day.
They don't want to let you go. They want to keep you going up. They don't want you to go on the right path, man. But you're gonna find you eventually you'll find your way,
Yeah.
and then you'll understand the bigger picture. Look what happened to Job. He lost everything, right?
Yep.
He lost everything, and then God blessed him with more.
You said Job, right?
Job.
It's weird. You said Job.
Mhm.
A buddy of mine, a really, really good friend of mine, one who kind of said, "Hey, you should get a dog. You need a friend in your life. You should get a dog." I'm like, I don't want no dog. Years later, I end up with a dog. It's weird. But what he told me, he said, your story reminds me a lot about Job, because I mean, I'm not equating myself to Job, but it's like God did take a lot from me, or the devil, God allowed the Satan to do what he had to do, just to show him that I wouldn't lose faith in him. And not any time did that shit go down that I turned my head, not even when she died against God. I
Remember
went harder. I went harder.
Those Pharisees that were praying, they were making fun of Job, questioning him about his faith.
Yeah.
And then the demon that appeared.
Those supposed to be his friends, isn't it?
The demons said, "We know what he believes is in, but we don't know what." Then he attacked them. I think they were the Pharisees or something like that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
They knew Job. We knew God, Job's God, but they didn't know what they were about, and they got spiritually attacked by the demon. Oh, we lost somebody here.
That was Brenda.
I do know it's probably certainly late. I'm starting to realize I'm starting to look a little worn down, because I'd be staying up so late, man, and just doing so much in the daytime.
Yeah, I'm fixing to call it a night here. But thank you, brother, for jumping on.
Thanks for having me, guys.
I just wanted you to share your story and stuff,
Yeah, one day I hope you all can get a full view of the stuff that I went through, because it's not about me. It's really about like what's coming, dude. It's really about it's about the kids, dude, for real. And I just think that, Josh was saying that, some of us need to go out there and like start speaking some truth, man. I've been really thinking about like hammering on to start waking up people to this reality about these things that are just destroying the family and just taking our children and everything else and just casting everything to the wind, because it's time, man. It's almost time.
Tomorrow we got open mic night again. I mean, today we just talk, but tomorrow's open mic night. I mean, sometimes I do what I speak about, and I say, okay, whoever wants to jump on, We went for it. We talked about a lot of things tonight, but I want to thank Lauren Shadow for jumping on here, and Sister Brenda from Beyond the Box, Andres Carizales.
I'll see you later, Andres. All right, Brother Abe, you guys have a good one. I'm going to get out of here.
See you,
brother.
Thank you very much for having me on.
Thank you for letting me on.
God bless you, brother.
God bless all of us and watch over us all.
I love you guys.
Yep. Same here. I'll be in the chat until you log off, Abe. Take care, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, spiritual warfare is very real, brothers and sisters. I know how that is. I've lost loved ones due to spiritual warfare. It feels like, when people talk about quicksand or being suffocated, that's kind of like it feels when there's so much uncleanness or evil around you that you can feel it, and it just triggers all your senses. When you're growing, you really don't know how to handle the situation. But the only thing you can do is just pray. Certain situations, but you grow from it. From the situations you go through, and makes you the person that you are right now. Yeah, I'm sorry about what Shadow went through, but I could relate to all that. That's good, Shea King, that he helped you. Matter of fact, I help a lot of people here too. I received a message from somebody. I don't know if I should share their name or not, but I have received a message from somebody like a couple of nights ago through Messenger. They wrote something to me. As a matter of fact, I was at the dance. We was driving home and I seen a message they got sent to me. Let me see how I can find the message that he sent me. I just reading. Maybe I took a screenshot of it. Let me see if I can find it. Thank you, Carter Kid. This is what we try to do. Get people here to talk, and sharing is caring. When you share your experience, you're saying it. I know how that could be. As you grow, you go through different trials and tribulations every year of your life. For me, it's been a daily thing. The things that I go through, and I'm here to listen to what people go through, and I believe exactly what Shadow Wolf has been going through, which I've seen sometimes is unclean spirits. The only way they can mess with you is if you allow them. And if we don't watch our openings, spiritual openings they can use, which is, for example, arguing, anger, hatred, unfaithfulness, untrustworthiness, or in the path that you might be on, whether there's alcohol, drugs involved, all those are spiritual openings that the unseen enemy is just going to use to attack. And once the enemy attacks, it doesn't just want one person. It wants everybody involved in the picture. We got Brother Wolf here. How you doing, Brother Wolf?
Hey, what's going up, guys?
How you doing tonight?
Oh, I'm tired, man. It's been a heck of a day, dude. We got a lot going on.
Yeah, I seen that you were going to go work. I was seeing your show earlier.
Yeah, we're just now finishing up, dude. I'm just sitting here in a parking lot. I'm going to be off soon. I just had to. It's so much work trying to get this merger done, and I appreciate everybody sticking with us and being a part of what we got going on at PRT, and definitely I wanted to tell Shadow Wolf something. I need to record with him. I need to get him on because
man, he's got a lot of interesting stories, man.
Mm-hmm.
He came up here and we just started talking one day, and he's been coming. He's like kind of like a regular here, man.
No, he is, yeah.
And then I did an hour, and I said, man, whoever come up and talk about what I'm talking about, come on up.
Yeah. I need to get him. Yeah, I was thinking too, because like tonight we talked about the show, The Crimson Mother. That woman, whatever she was, with those children in Venezuela, and I was talking to one of my business partners who's real in the faith, and he was talking about how it wasn't a coincidence that I met that lady. Well, I met the guy and his brother and his wife on our post, one of our accounts, and that they gave me their story, and they're from Venezuela, and we were just about to drop that account too, and then that happened. Their granddaughter got attacked, and so we ended up talking, and I wrote down on the back of a business card was PRT, my phone number, and it had nothing to do with the show or whatever. And when they saw the thing for the show, they asked me about it, and one thing led to another, and I ended up talking to them, and it really is good versus evil. Like, that's what's happening in this world. There is really truly like evil that we are fighting, and it's so freaking hard to comprehend for some people. Like, some people, they'll believe in God, believe in Christ and the Holy Spirit, but they really don't want to think about or believe in the evil. And then there's people that they see the evil everywhere, but they don't want to believe in God. And the thing is, there is evil and there is good, and you have to make a stand. You have to choose you're always going to be, drifting in and out, not purposely, hopefully, but but you have to make a choice, and right now is a choice. And what he was talking about tonight, your guest,
Yeah.
he has all of this information. And when he said, that he mentioned me saying that we need to go out and we need to start talking to people about this. And I encourage everybody, dude, like there's people that, you'll talk to them and I'll tell them, go make a YouTube channel, make a podcast. Everybody's doing it, right? Not everybody's doing it good. Not everybody's doing it right. But I tell these people that are our listeners and our followers, and they're in our clique, and I tell them, you can't be any worse than some of these other fools out there doing it. You might as well do it yourself, because at least you know the message and the word that needs to be put out there. And if you can get guests on to talk about this stuff, or get people to tell you their encounters, and you can retell them, you're doing your part to spread the word, because that is so important right now. And my channel is not the biggest channel out there, and it's, but I have a lot of people that show up, a lot of people that watch it, a lot of people that listen, and it's quality over quantity. We need good, true soldiers for God to come in and help us, And hopefully the vampire book coming out, in a week or two, it shouldn't be much longer. And then, our story about what happened to us in South Austin, that house that we lived in, that'll be coming out too. And working on a book about giants, and it's the first of many. Hopefully I'm going to cover them in every continent and explain, somewhat, to the people, and eventually get down to the nitty gritty and explaining the watchers. And because we've talked about it on the show,
Yeah.
and who these watchers are and were, and who the rebellious angels are and were. And, there's just so much information needs to be disseminated. And I just hope that I can live long enough to get it all out there, because the world needs to know these things. They need to understand, and that's the real reality.
Man, at all times. As I said, I mean, I had something that happened this past weekend, or when I went dancing. This is I want to talk about dark witches or brujeria. There's women that have come up against me before in the past, that they came up against me and certain things happened to them, So this time it was all four of them that came up against me this past Saturday. And but what they didn't know is that I had already prayed. And I prayed for the Heavenly Father to protect me and my wife when we were where we were going. And what they did is they got in every corner of the dance floor, dude. Like each corner, they were posted up on each corner of the dance floor. Like it was a tactful situation, that they posted up in each corner, and only God knows how many more were there. I did not count because I was too busy dancing with my wife. But at the same time, I don't accept no negativity, because when you leave it up to the Heavenly Father, He's got everything in control. I mean, one of them before had broken her leg. There's another one. The other one had supposedly she fell when that freeze came, and she's all busted up that she can't dance no more. So when they were in all four corners, and I felt that I'm being targeted. So I said, I'm just gonna leave it up to God. If I hope to God that they didn't try to do nothing, because I don't wish nothing bad towards nobody. I don't like people getting 7 times fold. It's not.
Yeah, you don't rejoice in the downfall of your enemies, but it has to happen. It's true.
Yeah.
Oh. Yep.
What's his name? Mark the Messenger said, I started YouTube back in 2018 just to share my testimony. I never expected to get all these views and subs. God works a miracle as long as we're obedient.
Yep.
So, it's like the one time, and we wasn't even going to go out because I hadn't gone out in a long time because my leg, I had injured my leg. So I had to, I went out there. I was feeling some pain on my leg, but I stuck it out. I said, well, my leg needs to get some work, and I need to move it. So, we danced all night, and But I was prayed up, and just, you got to be careful at all times because you don't know what you're going to run yourself into. But spiritual warfare is very real.
Very real.
I thought I was just going to do like a hour and a half or 2 hour show, but here I am at 4 hours, man. When you get people jumping on and just talking about things,
Mm-hmm.
But I can relate to all those things because I witnessed a lot of things throughout my life. I can get in deep details, but I don't want to give no power to the enemy. So, but I can talk about things. You know that what they use, right, is fear, anger, hatred. Those are openings that they use, and that's what they love. I remember when me and my brother used to fight at nighttime, and my mom would get mad with us, and she would tell us to stop fighting, and we'll be fighting. I said, okay, you don't want to listen? Go to the store. Give us some money. It's like 10 o'clock at night. The cosa mala's going to come after you. The evil one's going to come to you. We're like laughing, and we get on the bike. Back then it was a banana seat bikes. So the banana seat, my brother's driving, and we hit the pavement, the street, and we're driving down the block. And next thing you know, this dark shadow figure that looks like a goat, but he's running on twos. He's running after us. Got red eyes. He's running after us, and he's pedaling real fast. So then we make it to the store. I said, "What's the strategy to make it back to the house?" I said, "Well, we can't get in the darkness because the thing is out there." So we try to go in all the light, to where there's nothing but light. But then we have to say, okay, we have to cross this like half a block where there's no light. So he's paddling fast, and he comes out of nowhere, through the darkness, and he's chasing us. And we get to the front of the house. My brother jumps off the bike, and I fucking wipe out on the roll in the front yard, and we take a run inside the house. And then my mother would be like, I told you I was going to try to get you. I mean, even she knew, that when you fight, that's not good. It attracts evil, unclean spirits.
I think that's part of like what's happened to us, with this war and everything we had to go through with all these hillbilly maniacs that came after us, and I feel like we're finally starting to be kind of like in the clear, out of the way, with these people. But there'll be something else because, the evil never sleeps, it never stops. And, I just feel like, every time my life starts to take the direction it needs to go, the obstacles and the hurdles come, and I just have to keep recommitting my faith to God that it's going to be okay. And that's what I tell the audience constantly, that, we're all in this together. We're a family, and we're like, we're all together. Like, I always joke that, I do the early shift, you do the late shift, it's like, and we just work it out, it has to happen. God's will be done. People can either be happy about it or they can gnash their teeth. And, if you're one of those teeth gnashers, get used to it, because it's going to happen in the afterlife too, because they can't be happy for people. They have to be jealous. They have to be angry. They be bitter. These people that came after us, they're just celoso, just very, and the chismoso viejos, man, and viejas, and they were doing all the things that they were doing, and they thought that it was cute, messing around, and it was funny for them for a little while. And now their channels and all their people have seen them for what they are, the frauds, and the desolation is set in. They have nothing now, and that's what they get. I mean, I feel bad for them in the way that their soul is corrupted. But like you said, we're not rejoicing in their destruction. We're rejoicing in our own victory in God, in Christ, because we did, what was right, Yeah, did we get mad and say some things? Heck yeah, we did. But dude, at the end of the day, there's right and there's wrong. And these are grown people who knew the consequences. They knew what they were doing was evil. They knew it was wrong. They engaged in lies and slander and defamation, and they're paying the price. I mean, it's what you get, and so, yeah, I guess in conclusion, like our show is gonna, it took a hit. We should be a lot bigger than we are. Things should have been the way, but we still got our Patreon. Like tomorrow night, we're doing Bigfoot Nature Reality in Utah. We still get a good audience that comes in and does, whatever. And I just wanted to say hi and pop in and to your audience. And I really appreciate you. I like what you do. I think you're underrated big time, and you just speak from the heart, I mean, you just do what
Yeah.
you do.
So, I just want to thank my wife, man, because she allows me to do this. Like she understands. I mean, it wasn't be for her brother and sisters. So I'm gonna be honest. I don't even know if I would be here right now because she's the one that pulled me out of Elms Grove, which is my wife.
Well, thank God.
It wouldn't be for her. I had no, I just thank the Heavenly Father for placing her in my path. I figured this she's not going to be interested in me. I'm a single father. It's probably the last time I'm going to see her. But no, she came back and, she didn't give up on me, So I had to marry her, the Heavenly Father placed her in my path for a reason. And we've got a house now, and
how's that going, man?
Oh, yeah, just it's good, man. It's good here. Very, very peaceful.
I know you were having some problems with some stuff there. Is it settled down?
Oh yeah, it was just, it was things that needed to be fixed. Like it was a stopper from the door that had fallen on the ground that day that made it seem like there was something here. So we fixed that problem. But yeah, no activity in here. Not like the other house. The other house was bad. But here is very calm and relaxed. Everybody comes and just chills. It's like very relaxing in here. I hadn't even placed no minerals up yet because I was still recuperating from a leg. But man, yeah, I'm gonna start I want to feel those behind me with the minerals. But man, it took a toll on me. That's a lot of weight that I had on minerals.
Yeah.
A lot of totes that I filled up with minerals, and the injury took a lot out of me. But I'm just doing the works. Not. I know the Heavenly Father wouldn't want me to quit. So guess what? To do the works here late at night. I figured nobody's gonna bother me at nighttime, but here comes Roach Camp. Always infiltrating, trying to. Well, they used to. I don't know what happened. They even exist or not. I don't pay attention to them. I just trying to do my own thing here, and met some wonderful people that have their own testimonies to share. Lawrence Shadow, he knows a lot of things, and I'm more sure he's got a lot more to share. He just don't want to talk about it too much in depth, I guess, but people need to know, right? Because I think sharing is caring. Share your testimony because people need to know. Because there might be somebody that might be listening or viewing that they're going through the same thing you're going through.
That's right.
But yeah. It's like my brother, he lost a lot, man. He lost his whole family. I was there for him, trying to help him, He hasn't come out here no more that much, like I haven't seen him in a while, but I think he's always working. But I know he tunes in on the show sometimes. But he's always working. He's fighting spiritually also still to this day. He lost his daughter to suicide, and he catches all kinds of activity happening still at his house where he's at right now. So he's fighting spiritually over there, So I just tell him to tie bind wicked in Jesus Christ's name, whatever is manifesting, because we know that we pray for her. But whatever's there needs to get out of the house, So you got to take authority over it. It's your house. You take authority and send it away.
Everybody seems to be fighting right now, and it's because if you're not fighting spiritually, then that means you're just sitting there in the middle of a battlefield, and you're not taking up arms for God, because Jesus says there's spiritual warfare around us at all times. And to touch on what you said about your wife, like I feel the same way about mine. Nellie, very special, and I couldn't have done it without her. With this war, these people attacking us, these wrong turn hillbillies that attacked us, and I feel like she did a lot of heavy lifting in that. Did you? And I appreciate everybody that stood together against these vile people with their black magic and all the crap that they were doing, and bragging about it, how they tried to destroy us, and they were always celebrating that they had destroyed us, thinking that they had done something, and it never worked. No weapon formed against us ever prospered. And I'm telling you, that it's God's hand that in His grace that saved us, and we're gonna be fine. And I'm glad to see that you're doing better. Stay in touch, and we need to get together soon and do. Yeah, come to Austin, do a show with me, or come out to the ranch out there. Because my ranch is not that far from you. And so
I was
just
down
we
over
get
there
together
in
sometime.
Granger. I was down in Granger that's why I went to the dance.
Oh, you
Go to
should hit me
Granger.
up. I went out there to the ranch.
Where you live at?
Well,
Well, no,
I'll tell
you
you
have to
off
say
camera. I
nothing.
can't say it on
No,
camera, but I'll tell you.
But I'm saying went to Granger. That's why I went to the dance. There was people were pretty cool there, man. When you see, I've seen all nationalities in there, and everybody's out there dancing to Spanish music. It's pretty cool, man. It's really seeing the white folks out there dancing.
Oh, dude,
They're
them
having a good time, they're feeling
Bohemians out there
good,
love to
man.
dance to that stuff, dude. They like that polka, dude. Those like the conjunto music, like you grew up as yeah. Because if you're half like me, my step grandmother was Czech, and a lot of those Willios out there, those white people, dude, they like to dance to that polka, dude. They will. They'll go out there and they'll dance to it.
Oh
They
yeah,
like the
man. They were out
accordion
there,
and all
man.
that.
And then when if they're drinking liquor, man, let the liquor take control. Once the liquor taking control, they're out there dancing still.
Yeah, be careful with that though, man. It's called spirits for a reason, brother.
Yeah. That's why when I go, I drink water.
Yeah.
I was paying attention, but I did drink 2 beers, but the Ultra, Michelob Ultra light beer. So it didn't
It's a
do nothing.
might as well be aqua.
But I was drinking water, But what happened is I was dancing and the leg that I'm recuperating from is strained on me. So I said, fuck it. I went and buy a bucket of beer, Well, I actually ordered 1 beer for my wife. Next thing you know, I'm paying $25 for 6 beers that I didn't even order. So I said, screw it. And I drank 1 beer and it relaxed me. And then I said, screw it, 1 more beer. And then I went to go dance. They had 2 bands there. They had what's his name? Yayo Castillo and David Lee Garza. David Lee Garza, he was the second band that played. So they had 2 bands for Cinco de Mayo. And we danced all night. We took a picture I never seen David Lee Garza. Every time when he was playing, I was in the military. So then he was always playing like towards San Antonio, but I never seen him live. That was the first time I ever seen him live. And we got blessed with some tickets. When we talk about blessings, there were $30 a piece, and they blessed me and my wife for her birthday and our anniversary. So we got blessed by the tickets. It was like we didn't have to pay for the tickets. So we were there and we just had a good time. This coming weekend, we're thinking about going to another dance, but in Harker Heights. There's another band playing, so hopefully my leg will be ready to go. No, it better be ready because I got to keep my wife happy, man. They tape it up or do something. Yeah, dancing is good for you. Dancing is good. Somebody says I can dance. Oh, Shade, I can dance. Again, I'm only half white, like Wolf says. Okay.
Shade's half white. Hey, Shade, what are you? Is he half Mexicano too, or what?
He said he's half white. Just gotta relax and just go with the rhythm of the music, man. Don't look at your feet. That's the worst thing you can do when you're out there dancing. If you want to, just look at the people, how they're moving. It's more like of a slide. Depends what kind of music is being played because you get different kind of music. I mean, when it comes to the Tejano, you got the slide. You can slide. You can do the borracho dance. You can do the cumbias. You got to do the 2-step. You got wapangos. You got polka. so many different kinds of music, and sometimes they'll throw in some. The DJ throw some merengue and salsa out there, you know. So you gotta be ready to dance to everything, country, you know.
We used to do a lot of Tejano and conjunto bars, and people think that it's all Tejano music, all Tejano bars. I said, no, man, dude. There's a lot of different
styles. You got
styles,
the conjunto band is cantina bar. They call cantina music.
Yeah,
I call it the borracho style. Like drunken master, but drunken dancing. Yeah, well, pangos, that's easy, Sister Madeline. I'm just afraid that if I try to teach you, I'm gonna stomp on you since you're a little duende.
All right, Abe, I'm gonna call it a night, man.
Pangos with the taconazo with the heels, you stomp.
All right, Abe, I'm gonna call it a night, man. I'll see you guys, man.
Good night, brother.
Right. Good night, guys. Yeah, man. All right, bye.
Yeah, I had a brother that knew how to do what do you call that? Break dancing. He used to break dance and all that. He used to be in a little group back in the day. Do the millipede, the centipede, all those crazy moves. But me, I've always been a more of a dancer, like ballroom dancing. That's what I do. I'm actually pretty good at it. Me and my wife, you know, real good at dancing that. It's a full body workout there. Yep. Yeah, and then when I was in Germany, stationed in Germany, my German friends, they showed me how to do the German waltz. The German waltz is like polka. With polka, that's what I call it, the German waltz. So sometimes when we dance country, I implement the German waltz to the country, you know, and it works whether it's country or whether it's slower music, like when you dance together, kind of like a waltz. Yeah. But anyways, I want to thank Josh Turner for jumping on here. Continue to do the good works you're doing in PRT, brother Josh. Thank you for everybody that tuned in. Brother Shadow Wolf, hit up. I know you can either hit up Sister Madeline or Brother Josh Turner through Messenger when you can do a show with them. You know, so you can share everything you've been through, brother. You know, so people can understand. What can make us, can take us. You know, it's important to maintain the Heavenly Love Foundation. In saying that, good night, everybody. Thank you for everybody that tuned in, and appreciate y'all. Tomorrow I will have, or tonight I'll have open mic night. No. What day are we today? Oh, today's just Sunday. I don't know what I'll be doing tomorrow, but we'll talk about something interesting tomorrow too. I always come late at night here at around 11 o'clock. I'm the night shift guy. That's what I do at nighttime. Sometimes my shows are 1 hour, 2 hours, and 3 hours, and as you can see, 4 hours and 28 minutes. In saying that, thank you for your support. Love, light, and blessings to you and your families. Always remember, you're never alone. Jesus Christ loves you. I love you as my brothers and sisters in Christ. And don't let the unseen enemy tell you otherwise. You know, take authority over it. It's your vessel, your body. Tie, bind, and rebuke it in the name of Jesus Christ and tell it to leave you alone if you feel that unseen forces are trying to come at you in a negative way. You know, Jesus Christ is the answer. Go into prayer. Take authority over it and tell it to leave. In saying that, good night, everybody. God bless y'all. This is Brother Apsias. Sarcia signing off from Spiritual Cryptid Encounters.